Chapter 1594. In the palace, the golden light was enough to blind the eyes. The walls and ceiling were engraved with some kind of energy runes, sealing off the overflowing energy aura. The huge palace was lined with rows of tables, on which there were all kinds of strangely shaped stones. They were simple and unadorned, as if they had accumulated a long-lasting aura, and there were also stones that were spewing out energy like sieves. In this incomparably sacred palace, there were many people quietly doing their own things. Among the crowd, Yun Nuashing could clearly see a small figure leaning against the table with the huge stones, lost in thought as she stared at the stones in front of her. It was the little girl she had just met on the street. Coincidentally, she was just about to return the jade pendant to her. The little girl stared at the stone in front of her with her bright eyes. She stood on her little feet and swayed her body as if she was very interested in the stone. "Uyaya!" The little girl in the green dress rubbed her big clear eyes and continued to stare at the stone in front of her. The interest in her eyes faded a little and was replaced by some doubts and hesitation. She stretched out her little hand several times, but withdrew it again. She pouted her little mouth and looked anxious. "Hey, Foam, that little girl is over there." We finally saw the little girl who was swaying there. He quickly poked Yun Nuashing's back and said, "I saw her a long time ago." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "She has been staring at that stone." "Let me see." Hui narrowed his eyes, and a golden light surged into his eyes. He looked at the irregular stone that was shaped like a triangular pyramid, and his vision changed in an instant. There was a bluish-white energy flowing out of the huge stone like water, and there was a vague fog inside. He could vaguely see a faint, unusual energy light, but it was difficult to distinguish what it was. "Strange, I can't see it clearly. This resplendent palace is filled with energy runes. Other than protecting the energy inside from leaking into the void and the space outside, it also seems to be able to prevent people affected by the energy from using probing methods. In addition, the huge amount of energy in these stones acts as a barrier. It shouldn't be easy for us to see what's inside before we get serious." Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and said faintly, "The goods that can be displayed here must have been touched by the people of the main family before they were released. Those that can be seen at a glance will definitely not be displayed here. The things that can be displayed here are all quite risky. Although the stone is filled with energy, it's just the energy that the stone itself has. It can't guarantee that there isn't anything inside. In any case, what's placed here is either completely unrecognizable by the person in charge of the family, or something that they've already seen through, but didn't point it out to trick people." Hui let out a long "Oh," and then looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange expression. "No, why are you so familiar with it?" Yun Nuashing's expression stiffened. She turned her head guiltily and couldn't help but mutter. "I've played with it a few times before, so I've studied it a little." "In that case," Jing Yuanji looked at the little girl who kept rubbing her eyes, and her eyes flickered. "Could it be that she can also see with her eyes? It's probably some special identification method. Previously, didn't we guess that she might be the little princess of some big family? It's not strange that she has a little ability." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and said, with a wave of her hand, she took out the jade pendant and walked forward, just in time to return it to someone else. Hui nodded and was about to walk forward when he suddenly caught a glimpse of something. He quickly reached out and pulled Yun Nuashing. Hey, wait a moment. Let's watch the show first. If we go later, we can still increase the favorability points." "Favorability points!" Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and then looked at the little girl. She immediately understood what he meant by good show. It just so happened that he was also curious about the little girl's background. "Let's watch it first." After standing in front of the gray boulder for half an hour, the little girl finally made up her mind. She nodded fiercely and reached out to lift the boulder that might weigh a few 100 kilograms. However, before she could touch it, the boulder in front of her suddenly floated up, causing the little girl to cry out in surprise. She looked up in confusion and saw a strong arm under the boulder. A loud laugh sounded behind her. "Oh, little girl, you actually came here to play. This is not a place for you to play house. Do you know how expensive these things are? You can't afford it even if you sell yourself. Little girl, why did you come here to join in the fun? You actually stared blankly at a boulder for so long. What are the guards doing? Why did they let anyone in? Hee hee, little girl, this place is not suitable for you. If you feel bored, go out and turn right. There's a good place there. If not, I can take you to play something fun." A few voices came from behind her, causing the little girl to be stunned. She turned around and saw 3 well-dressed young men looking down at her from above. The mocking expression on their faces was obvious. One of them was holding the stone that she had been looking at for a long time in his hand. He even raised it up and down a few times as if he was flaunting his prowess. The little girl's face suddenly became a little depressed and anxious. She anxiously shouted at the 3 people in a clear and slightly immature voice, "You are the little girl! Your whole family is little girls. Give the boulder back to me. Hey, 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 did you see that? She still wants to snatch it. Hey, jump a little higher. Jump a little more, and you will touch it. Naughty little brat, the boulder here belongs to the Sovereign King Palace. As long as you haven't bought it with money, hee hee, it doesn't count. What's the use of just looking at it? Let's go. Let's not talk nonsense with this little girl. Hurry up and move the boulder over. Our mission can be considered completed." The little girl saw the 3 people laughing as they turned around and left. She immediately became anxious. In her anxiety, she subconsciously mobilized the obviously unstable energy in her body. Just as she was about to rush over with all her strength, a pink starlight pattern suddenly lit up between her eyebrows, suppressing the restless energy in her body. Her little body that was about to jump over staggered because of this. She cried out and fell to the ground. She raised her little face with an aggrieved expression. Her nose and forehead were red from the fall. Oh yeah, unlucky, not fun. The little girl pouted and muttered a few times. Just as she was about to climb up from the ground, she suddenly saw a pair of boots appear in front of her eyes. Behind the boots was an extremely gorgeous cloak that decorated the sky with stars. She was stunned for a moment. Just as she raised her head, she saw the person in front of her slowly squat down and reach out a hand towards her. The voice that sounded like a big sister's rang in her ears. "Are you all right?" Seeing the person who had come, the little girl was stunned. "Ah, it's that beautiful big brother." The little girl grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand and stood up. She patted the dust off her green dress and stared with her big eyes in the direction that the 3 people had left. She gritted her teeth unwillingly. After a while, she remembered something else that she was concerned about. "Big brothers, why are you here?" "We came to find." "Cough to play with stone. But you, why are you here?" Yun Nuashing coughed lightly. Her mouth trembled, and she almost said that she was looking for trouble. She hurriedly changed her words and held the jade pendant in her hand in front of the little girl. She suddenly released her hand, and the jade pendant popped out of her palm and hung below her palm. The little girl was stunned when she saw it. "Ah, jade pendant." The little girl panicked for a moment and hurriedly reached out to press her chest and shoulders a few times. She discovered that something was really missing. Only then did she realize that something was missing. She then grabbed the jade pendant that Yun Nuashing had handed to her. "It's really my jade pendant. Thank you, big brother. I keep losing my jade pendant. Strange, I'm clearly wearing it very well. Why would I lose it?" The little girl mumbled and held the jade pendant around her neck and waist for a while. She probably felt that it wasn't safe to put it anywhere after losing it, so she simply wore it around her neck like a necklace. Seeing that Yun Nuashing had been looking at her with a gentle gaze, her clear green eyes suddenly turned twice. She reached out her small hand and pulled Yun Nuashing to run in the hall. "Big brother, come over here. I'll show you something good." In front of another row of tables, the little girl suddenly stood in front of a grayish-white stone that was only the size of 2 fists. She tiptoed to the edge of the table and pointed at the stone. Hee, big brother, there's something good in here. I'm definitely not lying to you. As the little girl spoke, she suddenly revealed an embarrassed expression. However, I can't afford it. The stones on this table are very expensive. Ha! Yun Nuashing and Hui responded in a daze. The two of them touched the stone that was only the size of 2 fists and took a look inside. It was a blur, as expected. Then, the two of them looked at each other and revealed a faint smile. The energy in their bodies quietly flickered, and the majestic energy rushed through their bodies. This lasted for a short 3 seconds. The two of them stopped at the same time and looked at the stone with a slightly surprised gaze. The little girl seemed to be very satisfied with their expressions. She grinned and said, "Big brother, how is it? It's something good, right?" "This. What is this?" The little girl's head tilted and she almost fell to the ground. Her small face had a very strange expression as she looked at Yun Nuashing and Hui. She opened her mouth a few times, but she felt speechless and speechless. There was a circle of question marks above her small head. She could only say in a daze, "You'll know when you cut it open." "Bosses, what have you taken a fancy to?" A tall and thin young man stood up from behind the table and gave Yun Nuashing and the others a fright. The former pointed at half of the row of tables and revealed a very professional smile. "This place is under my management. Seeing that you are new faces, I'll give you half price for the first 3 stones. I can also help you cut them open." "These stones, where did they come from?" Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. She pushed the white stone in her hand forward and then pretended to pick up the other stones to size them up. The land of the origin. The soaring Dragon Mountain range that had experienced a divine war in the past. It took tens of millions of years for it to recover to its current state. There's still many good things left there. The tall and thin young man said with a smile. He casually waved his hand and gestured to the stones beside him. "If you don't believe me, you can look at the stones beside you. They all have the same energy, aura." Yun Nuashing casually glanced at them and then withdrew her gaze. This was true. The row of stones they were standing in, and the stones on this stall all had the same aura. Even if they did not come from the soaring Dragon Mountain range, they were definitely produced in the same place. This, and this, a total of 3 stones, including the grayish-white stone that the little girl had chosen. Yun Nuashing also casually picked 2 stones that had barely restrained energy. It was purely for fun. They had not studied this kind of thing before. "That's it. Help me cut them first. This one will be the last." Yun Nuashing deliberately patted the stone that the little girl had chosen and instructed. The tall and thin young man nodded with a smile. He lifted the 3 stones together and said after a while, 410 caddies. Half price per caddy is 1,200 divine origin coins. Round it down, and I'll give you 490,000 divine origin coins. His eyes were shining as he spoke. He probably thought of them as fat sheep and wanted to take advantage of them. They were new faces after all. Most of them were like this. Unless they were people who really studied this kind of thing. Most of them were here to lose money. This tall and thin young man probably thought so too. But 490,000 divine origin coins. The little girl shrank her head when she heard it. This price was still too expensive for her. The stall just now was only 200 divine origin coins per caddy. It was still too expensive here, 500,000 divine origin coins. Hui swung his hand and threw a small pouch that looked like a silk pouch on the table. "You can cut them after you've counted them." As for where the money came from, they had already torn down the Spirit Paragon Hall and King level Master June. They had to make 2 rounds, right? Cough, cough. Using their own money to buy their own things. Just thinking about it was exciting. The tall and thin young man was stunned for a moment. He touched the silk pouch and took a look inside. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing and the other three, who were indifferent. They must have some background to be able to throw out such a large amount of divine origin coins without batting an eyelid. After thinking it through, his eyes did not shine this time. He put on a serious poker face and said, "Okay, please wait for a few minutes." The tall and thin young man put the 3 stones on another table. He put 2 fingers together and used his hand as a knife to gently cut the stones. He was very careful, as if he was carving a piece of art. The little girl looked at it curiously for a while. Then she turned to look at Yun Nuashing. "Big brother, do you know about stones too?" Yun Nuashing shook his head. "No, we just bought them for fun. We bought them because we felt a bit of fate." The little girl experienced the 3rd shock today. Looking at Yun Nuashing and the others who really did not care, she could not help but smile bitterly. Hui grinned and patted Yun Nuashing on the shoulder. "Hey, Fong, believe in your luck and, your ability to be a troublemaker. Even if those 2 stones are broken, they will definitely give you something good. Do you believe me?" "I believe in your ability to be a troublemaker." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He admitted it. He really admitted it. Anyway, running into the void would definitely lead to a lot of trouble. "But if you want to talk about my luck, I'm sorry, my luck is not good at all." The tall and thin young man cut the wash basin-sized stone that Yun Nuashing had chosen from the middle. Stone chips flew everywhere. There was nothing inside. It was still a grayish-white color, which made him slightly stunned. However, he did not care. He raised his hand and slowly dissected the 2 pieces that he had cut off. His knife carried a cold light as it cut off the energy stored in the stone, which dissipated into the air. As the stone continued to shrink, the embarrassment on Huey's face became even more obvious. Yun Nuashing casually shrugged. He already said that his luck was quite bad. These things depended on luck under the circumstances where he did not use all his strength. He definitely would not. Ding. There was a crisp sound, as if someone had gently plucked the strings of a zither. The surrounding people were all stunned. They all stopped what they were doing and leaned over. There's a feeling of energy resonance. It should be a profound stone. A profound stone from the soaring Dragon Mountain range can first exclude the outer heaven profound stone. As for what it is, it's hard to say. We have to completely cut it open to know. Ugh, it's better to ask someone to prepare a defense. Some profound stones with powerful energy will suddenly burst out with powerful energy when they are born. Ding! A long and melodious sound suddenly rang out. The tall and thin young man stood up excitedly. The knife that was formed by his 2 fingers suddenly dispersed. He waved his hand and threw out a few talismans. An energy curtain was set up in a 1-meter radius around him. Then he shouted excitedly, "It's out, it's out, it's out." Before he could finish his sentence, the thing that had been disintegrated to the point where only a head could be seen suddenly surged with a powerful energy. In just a few seconds, the surging energy showed signs of evolving into a storm. However, this area of 10 feet was restricted, and there was no way to plunder more energy. Naturally, the storm could not form. It only rampaged fiercely within the energy curtain for a while before slowly subsiding. Throughout the entire process, the lanky young man stood there very calmly, grinning at the place where the light was emitting. When the light completely dissipated, everyone hurriedly moved forward. Behind the curtain, the thin and tall young man was holding a fist-sized, oval-shaped stone in his hand. The dazzling light reflected off the oval-shaped stone, and just the energy radiance it emitted was enough to make people intoxicated. It's a heaven profound stone. Other than the outer heaven profound stone, the highest quality heaven profound stone. And looking at this round shape, this energy, this luster, it's definitely a high-grade heaven profound stone. Hiss! Just this piece alone is worth at least 2 million Xin Yuan coins. It's even more impossible to auction it off. I'll pay 2 million to buy this heaven profound stone. Brat, You stay here all day to trick lucky newcomers. Do you have any shame? Do you dare to take this out yourself without at least 3 million Shin Yuan coins? Yun Nuashing. Holy shit! When did his luck become so good? Holy shit! Did this Bright use up all his luck for the past few dozen eras? Holy shit! Could it be that the later generations were unlucky because Hui hammered Yun Nuashing's shoulder forcefully? Not bad, this luck. Why can't it be good? Men can't say they can't, you know? Yun Nuashing. I'll press you into the void, okay? Cough, cough. Look at this heaven profound stone. It's rich in energy. According to the way it emits energy and the way it emits its laws, it can be used as an energy carrier with a huge amount of energy. It can do many things. Hui hurriedly turned to look at the colorful heaven profound stone. He grinned and said in his soul, "It's a pity that it's not very useful. If we want to use it for anything, we'll have to change its laws to those of the realm of the gods." The little girl looked at the heaven profound stone, her big eyes flashing. Suddenly, she whispered to Yun Nuashing, "I've seen a heaven profound stone of the same size before. It was used to create a space that was 7 to 8 times bigger than the Gangyuan continent. Moreover, it was said that it would never collapse. The energy inside was especially rich. I sneezed every time I went in. Then this thing is still somewhat valuable." Yun Nuashing took the heaven profound stone from the young man and looked at it for a while. Creating a space was something that any high-level life form could do, so it wasn't particularly rare. However, if something was added during the creation of a space, it could change the space a little. This should be what the little girl saw. Seeing the dozens of gazes following the sky profound stone, he tossed up and down. Bit by bit, Yun Nuashing also felt a little unnatural. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Fresh sky profound stone. I'll give you 5 seconds to bid. Those who want it, hurry up and bid 3,200,000 divine origin coins. 2 million divine origin coins and a purple mid-grade talisman paper. 5 your head. 6 million divine origin coins." Yun Nuashing and the others. Looking at the situation, the heaven profound stone was probably something that could only be found by chance on the market. It was probably similar to the heaven profound stone. Otherwise, the competition wouldn't be so intense. Chapter 1595. In the depths of the stone workshop, there was an exquisitely decorated garden. Ancient trees that were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old surrounded the garden. Green leaves accompanied by unknown flower petals danced in the huge garden. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The strange stones that were randomly placed naturally blended in with the landscape and did not appear out of place at all. Rather than goods, they were more like rugged landscape stones. The energy that seeped out from the stones was sealed in this garden and deposited in every corner of the space together with the spiritual energy, decorating this place as if it was a pure land outside the world. There were quite a few people in the garden that seemed like a paradise. From their clothes and minor details, it was possible to tell that the people here all had greater backgrounds than the people in the hall earlier. For example, the group of people who called themselves from the Sky Sect had entered the depths of the garden under Yun Nuashing and the others' noses, who knew where they were hiding right now. In the deeper regions, the wagers were for items of even greater value. At this point, mere divine origin coins or profound stones were no longer of any use. They wanted to use even more valuable items as a wager. However, that only referred to the items within the stones. The stones themselves were still clearly priced with divine origin coins. And this place isn't for people at our level of cultivation to play. Look at this place. It's just a bunch of brats at the lower 3 realms of rebirth. It feels it's not suitable for people like us to come here. Do you understand? As soon as he set foot in the garden, we could not help but begin to ramble. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes when she heard him. What nonsense was he talking about? There were not many people at reciprocity in the workshop. They were either hidden in the shadows or just here to watch. There were probably not many people at Reciprocity who had come with the same mindset as them. Even if they had something they wanted or liked, they would not be able to find it here. Those people from before, they're here too. Let's see what they choose. There are quite a few things in this garden that make my heart itch. If they can broaden my horizons, I'll be satisfied. Another person stepped forward. His hair and beard were all white, and he laughed like a pine tree in the wind. His beard and hair were fluttering in the wind. He said to Yun Nuashing and the others, "My friends, do you need this old man to introduce you to some good things? They have been nesting in this garden for many years. They have always made people hesitate, and they have not been cut open yet." Everyone was shocked when they heard this and quickly chimed in. They also wanted to know if there was really something in those treasures that they yearned for day and night. However, humans were such creatures. When they couldn't be sure, they might as well not make a move. Even if they judged that there was a 60 to 70% chance that there was nothing inside, they still had a little bit of hope. However, they didn't dare to make a move for fear that their hopes would be dashed. They might as well just leave it there and leave it for themselves. This kind of contradictory mentality. Well, it was actually very normal. "Oh, something good? Let's go. Bring us to have a look." Hui waved his hand and walked forward with a hearty laugh. Everyone agreed happily when they heard this and clustered around Yun Nuashing and the others as they walked into the depths of the garden. Yun Nuashing's face was filled with black lines. She was pushed to the side of a very large tree by the lake. Under the tree was a stone that was more than 1 meter tall. The upper half of the stone had 7 or 8 weathered holes, and the energy contained in the holes was all scattered in the air. The bottom half of the stone, which was as wide as a base, contained a huge amount of energy. Looking at it from the outside, one couldn't sense the energy, but one could clearly feel it if one looked directly into it. "Little brother, let me tell you something. The age of this stone is comparable to that of the Cloud Continent. It was moved out from an ancient realm that very few people had set foot in. I heard that a celestial was seriously injured because of this stone." The old man with white hair and beard pointed at the stone and whispered to Hui. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing stepped forward and reached out to touch the stone. A dark red energy flashed across her hand. After a moment, she nodded and said in her soul, "It really has a very thick aura of time. It is at least 100 billion years old. Its energy is all gathered at the base, and there is a thin layer of energy film blocking my view. But I can't say for sure what is inside. Such obvious weathered traces. Is it because all the energy is all settled at the base?" Hui replied. Yun Nuashing nodded. This kind of energy flow seemed to be a natural change. It was a bit like an instinct to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. It was born naturally and condensed naturally. When the energy reached a certain level, it would also have this kind of spiritual instinct, especially when the energy was condensed together to protect something. Wait a minute, did he get something wrong? Yun Nuashing raised her head with a dark expression. She let go of the hand that was rubbing the stone and said, "Do you still remember what we are here for?" Hui thought for a moment and replied, "To destroy the place." "So, you are telling me that we are here to destroy the place?" Yun Nuashing's face became even more dark. Her face could not help but twitch. They came here with the purpose of destroying the place, but in the end, they were playing with a stone. What kind of destruction was this? Even if they were here to destroy the place, they were too gentle. Shouldn't they have destroyed the main hall as soon as they came in? You didn't even think about how to destroy the place, did you? Yun Nuashing said while glaring at him. Life is hard. Don't say it out loud." Hui laughed dryly and scratched his face. "Listen to me. There's a reason why I'm hesitating." Yun Nuashing looked at him and narrowed her eyes. "Although we were chased out by the 80,000-strong army, and we can basically confirm that it was the king's palace who did it, we don't know how to do it at all, right?" We nodded. So we just let Xing Lu and the others slowly uproot the king's palace's stronghold on the cloud continent and then destroy their energy well. As for what to do, specifically, we don't have a clue at all. Oh, unreliable guy. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and then said very confidently, Unfortunately, I don't know what to do either. I am also unreliable. Jing, Yuanji, and Min. He looked at Yun Nuashing and was about to say something when Yun Nuashing tossed his long hair and complained. Damn it, you have to get it straight. They offended you. The one who should be angry and resentful is you. You are the main character. I am just here to work as a tool. Now that you, the main character, are not doing anything and don't want to do anything, how can I do anything? To me, the Sovereign King Palace has no enmity, no reason, no motive. What do you want me to use to kill them? He scratched his head awkwardly and was about to retort, but Yun Nuashing continued to hold him down and said, If you really feel that this is an irreconcilable enmity, no matter the extent or reason, I will do something right now. In 2 hours, the king's palace will become a thing of the past. If you feel that it is not a big deal, we will retreat. Don't you want to investigate Black Nest? I will violently tear down the layer of seal on the concept layer of rules, and slowly go there to take a look. After that, quickly return to the void front line. I have a bad feeling in my heart that something big is going to happen. Hui smiled bitterly and looked troubled. After a while, he held Yun Nuashing's shoulder and said, Feng, let's do this for the time being. Leave it to me first. After that, it is up to you to decide. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. She looked at him for a while and sighed helplessly. This expression, this gaze, he must be hiding something from her. He should know something. It was not as he said, that he did not know anything after coming to the cloud continent for a while. As for what he knew that made him want to hide it, forget it. There is no need to delve into that. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Okay, then let's do this for now. Hui smiled bitterly and helplessly. Sorry, I dragged you here without explaining anything. All right, I didn't say anything. You just need to know what you're doing. You just need to tell me that you know what you're going to do. I'm not going to investigate anything. I just need to know that you're not really here to wander around. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. The communication in their souls ended in a short while. Yun Nuashing came back to her senses after 3 or 4 seconds. She just happened to see the little girl squatting on the ground and staring at the half-weathered and half-precipitated stone. Her big eyes were shining. She suddenly jumped up excitedly, hooked her arms around Yun Nuashing's neck, and whispered in his ear, Big brother, there is something good inside. Yun Nuashing was stunned. It can't be that kind of thing again, right? Oh, this. The little girl was also stunned for a moment. She laughed dryly and rubbed her ears. She looked to the side with a guilty conscience. I don't know. What does this girl think? We have been eyeing the stone for a long time, but we can't be sure. The old man with white hair and beard said with a smile while stroking his beard. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Let's look at something else. In that case there are more in front. The old man nodded with a smile and walked in front to lead the way. Not long after, they came to an open space by the lakeside with many strange stones. Compared to the strange stones that were hidden in every corner of the garden, the strange stones here were more formal. They were instantly pulled from the garden into the stone workshop. The old man pointed at the stone in the corner of the row of strange stones closest to the lakeside. It was brown all over and covered with a layer of moss. At first glance, it looked simple and restrained, and there was no sound. The other stones more or less carried their own energy because of their origin, but this stone didn't make any sound at all. It was like an ordinary stone that had been mixed into a pile of strange stones. Yun Nuashing's soul could penetrate the stone's body and drill into it. She could clearly feel that the stone itself carried energy, just like the stone with half of the energy just now. The energy was all curled up in the innermost part. It was probably because it was hidden so well that Yun Nuashing noticed it from afar. He didn't expect that the old man was also pointing at it. We old men have been itching to touch this stone for many years, but we don't have enough ability to see what it is, so we have always left it here. Yun Nuashing stepped forward and patted it for a while. The little girl and Hui also came over and looked at it for a while before raising their heads. The three pairs of eyes stared at each other for a moment, and then they all showed a sinister smile at the same time. They all nodded and then calmly stepped back. How can you be so calm? You don't even like this lump. Wait a moment, come here and take a look. One of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw how calm they were. He waved his hand and led them to the other side. He brought them to a very huge stone. It was about 2.5 meters tall and stood in front of them like a rockery. The three of them swarmed up. The little girl clung to the rockery and walked around it. Yun Nuashing and Hui walked around it 2 or 3 times. Then they all tacitly stepped back and took the little girl from the top. After that, they all stepped back silently. The two people's souls were already exploding. Hey, Phone, let me tell you, these stones are not bad. There must be something good inside. If we cut them all, it will definitely annoy them. The first and third ones are not bad. As for the second one with completely restrained energy, although it might be, I suggest that we don't touch it, Yun Nuashing said. Why? Hui scratched his head in confusion. There is a weak, very weak aura of the law seal. Compared to the so-called divine object inside, I am more inclined to believe that there is something sealed inside. As for whether it is good or bad, it is not convenient for me to check. Huh? Hui responded and scratched his head. He looked at the 3 stones in a row. The prices were not cheap, but they didn't care. Anyway, they were using King Palace's own money, which was equivalent to taking it for free. Moreover, they couldn't use the Cloud Continent's currency. It would be useless if they left. Anyway, they came here to play while smashing the place, so they might as well play a little bigger. Then, let's get it out, hee. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. It was an almost self-destructive idea, but he liked it. Since Hui said so, then they must cut it. But now, well, the time wasn't too good yet. It was better to walk around first. Since they weren't openly smashing the place, then they should take a roundabout way. Hee, I think the 2 of you are tempted. These stones are not bad. Why don't you cut 1 or 2 for us to see? Someone at the side kept urging. Their eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that they were more interested than Yun Nuashing and wanted to see the truth. Well, Hui lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at something else. Cough, but let me tell you in advance. We will definitely cut one of these 3 stones. Now, let's go look for something else to get a feel for it. Oh, there will be a good show to watch. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go look at something else to get a feel for it. Master, this way, please. A group of people surrounded the 4 of them and a little girl as they walked around the garden. It attracted the attention of the other people in the garden. Many people also leaned forward because of curiosity, wanting to see the show and have some fun. Although they said they were looking for something else to get a feel for it, in fact, Yun Nuashing and the others were just looking for something else to play with. When there were more people, it would be best if the people from King Palace came to make a move. The effect would be better. However, after leaving that place, it was not so easy to find another stone that caught their eye. The 4 of them looked at thousands of stones in a row, but there were only a few that caught their eye. Little friends, to tell you the truth, we have seen most of the stones in this garden. Only 3 of them are enough to attract our attention. There is a reason for this. The quality of the stones in this garden is better, but the risk is also higher than outside. It is hard to say. The old man at the side said softly, That's true, but we're looking for a feel. Just take a look and take a rest. I am also very curious about those 3. Hui was about to open his mouth and chat with the old man when he suddenly heard the sound of understanding stones. There was a surge of energy, as if there was an invisible collision of energy in the air. He could not help but look at Yun Nuashing and grinned. Let's go. There are people working in front. Let's go and join in the fun. Yun Nuashing shook her head, helplessly. Why are you still acting like a child? Wait for me. The group of people jogged to the other side of the garden. In front of a small lake formed by a waterfall, a group of people stood in a circle. There were men and women, and they looked very young. Their lifespans did not seem to be particularly long. However, this group of people had just entered the rebirth state not long ago, and there were even people in the initial God realm among them. What caught their attention was in front of them. There were a few old men surrounding the lake. In front of one of them, there was a 2-foot-long stone floating in the air. There seemed to be a mark left on the stone by energy. At this moment, he was using his hand as a knife to move his hand up and down on the stone. The surge of energy came from this place. The sound of the group's jogging footsteps attracted the attention of the people surrounding here. They all turned their heads and were stunned when they saw Yun Nuashing and the others running over. Stop! What do you want to do? A young man who had just entered the rebirth state not long ago stood up nervously and blocked Yun Nuashing and the others with his hand. He looked at the latter and the others nervously. This group of people was too aggressive, and it made people feel that they had ill intentions. We heard the commotion and came over to join in the fun. Don't worry about it. Hui smiled and waved his hand. His gaze inadvertently fell on the stone, surrounded by the few old men. He made a sound of surprise in his soul and hurriedly grabbed Yun Nuashing. Fong, Fong, Fong! Look at that stone. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. After a moment, she showed a knowing smile. The two of them looked at each other and grinned. Then they saw that they were concentrating on cutting the stone and could not help but smile bitterly. They could only keep muttering, "We can't cut it, we can't cut it." Old Lin, why are you not hugging that broken stone in the west garden and sighing? What are you doing here in the east garden? A middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and asked the old man with white hair and beard. Hee, I'm leading the way for the two masters. I'm here to join in the fun, the old man said unhurriedly. Masters? The middle-aged man in a black golden robe glanced at Yun Nuashing and Hui. He could not help but frown. Just these two? Seeing old Lin nod calmly, the middle-aged man could not help but sneer. These two people did not have any ancient aura at all. They were probably as young as they looked on the surface. Moreover, he could not sense what realm they were in. They were probably just some small figures. There was no need to pay attention to them. The middle-aged man walked forward and said to the few old men, Everyone, you must cut the stone according to the place I marked. There's no mistake. Don't go astray. Got it. You just wait at the side. The old men nodded, and a burst of energy surged, bringing along stone chips and powder. One of them flicked his sleeve to disperse the smoke and dust, then gently patted the stone. The places where the energy engraved on the stone bloomed with light, and the stone shattered into 7 or 8 pieces, floating in the air. From the cross-section, it could be clearly seen that there were about 10 thumb-sized crystals embedded in the stone, and their shapes were irregular. The middle-aged man went forward to take a look. He could not help but smile bitterly. Sigh, only some ordinary mid-grade magnetite. It's not very useful. Cut these pieces open again. The few old men nodded. They took the stones he had chosen and quickly cut them open. After another burst of energy, there were only 3 or 4 pieces of gravel and powder left on the ground. There were also a dozen mid-grade magnetite that did not have much luster. The onlookers behind them could not help but sigh. Sigh, I've misjudged again. The middle-aged man could not help but shake his head. He turned around and was about to leave when he saw 2 people blocking his way. He could not help but raise his head. Sir, please wait a moment. These magnetite and gravel, if you don't want them, how about selling them to us? Hui showed a bright and harmless expression and smiled sincerely. Chapter 1596. The sound of the waterfall splashing on the boulders, and the lake spread far and wide in the garden, covering the many sounds here. The people by the lake were silent for more than 10 seconds in the sound. They all stared at Hui as if they had seen a ghost, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Hui couldn't help but scratch his head when he sensed the silence. He said, "If you don't want the magnetite and crushed stones—" The middle-aged man looked at Hui and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He glanced at the old man standing beside Yin Nuashing and then at the former. A hint of ridicule appeared in his heart. A master was nothing more than this. However, there was no need to argue with the young man. The middle-aged man coughed lightly and waved his hand indifferently. "It's just some crushed stones. You can have them if you like." "Oh, it's not good to take them for free. Let's pay. Just name a price." Hui shook his head and insisted. The middle-aged man's face twitched. In this day and age, it was rare to see someone not willing to pay for something for free. He shook his head and said, "All right, I bought that stone for 200,000 divine origin coins. If you want it, you can have it for 10,000 divine origin coins." Hui gave Yin Nuashing a look. The latter rolled her eyes at him. She was about to take out the Xinyuan coins she kept in her pendant when the old man suddenly whispered, "Hey, little girl, I don't want to say this, but those stones have been cut into pieces. They're just some mid-grade magnetite. They're not worth much. There's no need for that." Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Just watch." He also handed the money pouch he threw to Hui to the middle-aged man. The latter looked inside and nodded after confirming that there were no mistakes. "All right, I'll leave this pile of crushed stones to you." The expressions of the group of young people around the shore became strange. Spending 10,000 Xinyuan coins to buy a pile of crushed stones? Even if you were rich, you shouldn't spend it like this. The middle-aged man also felt that it was a little interesting. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stood to the side and waited quietly. Is he putting on an act, or is he really the foolish son of some landlord who came out to play? How many mid-grade magnetite can he buy with 10,000 Xinyuan coins? What a wastrel. Sure, I heard from Elder Lin that he's a master. Maybe there's some secret we don't know about, such as those ordinary mid-grade magnetite. Pucci. Hui didn't get angry when he heard that. He turned around and threw a smile at Yun Nuashing. After being threatened by the latter, he quickly walked forward and said to the old men who were standing by the shore and watching the show, "Can I trouble you to continue to cut the stones?" "No problem. Do you want to take out those mid-grade magnetite?" one of the elders asked. Hearing that, Hui shook his head and lifted up a piece of gravel that was only the size of 2 palms on the ground and handed it to an old man. Golden energy flowed through his fingers and fell on the surface of the stone, leaving traces on the surface. "Cut a circle around here, then here." Hearing him speak in such a serious manner, everyone was stunned for a moment, other than a few people who were still muttering in secret. Everyone else felt that there was something wrong. The middle-aged man was also stunned for a moment. He slowly put down his crossed arms, and his expression gradually became serious. The few elders looked at each other and nodded. Using their fingers as knives, they cut down on the energy traces left by Hui. Following the energy traces, the stone split into 2 halves. Stone powder and debris were blown away by the turbulent energy. A fiery red light burst out from the cracks, illuminating the garden in red and causing the expressions of everyone on the shore to change. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. His jaw dropped. This. Fire origin heaven magnetite? Yun Nuashing felt that there seemed to be something behind this. She lowered her voice and said to the elder, "I haven't seen a heaven magnetite with an attribute for many years." "Oh, little miss, you've seen it before. It's rare. I don't even know how many years it has been since this old man last saw it. It was even a piece of wind origin heaven magnetite that wasn't particularly pure. Even so, that piece of wind origin heaven magnetite was sold for a total of 30 million divine origin coins. Only this piece in front of us has grown eyes. I've never seen a heaven magnetite emit such a pure light in my entire life. Yun Nuashing made an "oh" sound and continued to lower her voice. I don't know where heaven magnetite with other attributes have appeared before. I also want to go and take a look. This is really not easy to see. The probability of heaven magnetite with an attribute appearing is too low. It would take countless years of precipitation for it to form. The heaven magnetite with an attribute that appeared on the cloud continent were all kept by the major forces. We can only dream about it. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. I didn't manage to get any information out of him. It seems like the elder isn't sure if there are other heaven magnetite with an attribute in other places. Speaking of which, this thing is a little similar to the celestial crystals in the realm of the gods. The two grow in different environments. The energy contained in the celestial crystals is pure. If there's anything else, it should only be affected by the laws. There shouldn't be any more differences between them. They are all natural products of some kind of energy crystal. The middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He only felt that his luck was not very good. He was only 100 million points away from that piece of fire source, heavenly obsidian. At this time, when he saw Hui take out a piece of fire source, heavenly obsidian from the gravel he had given up, his heart was bleeding. It was as if 10,000 arrows had pierced his heart. Cough, cough, cough. Young man, this heaven magnetite. How about selling it to me for 20 million divine origin coins? The middle-aged man said with a trembling face, Oldly, you're doing it again. You're trying to trick the newcomer again. The elder rolled his eyes and mercilessly exposed the middle-aged man's motive. The impure wind source heaven magnetite that appeared in the auction in Yangtian City last time was sold for 30 million divine origin coins. This one beats that one in every aspect. You have the nerve to say 20 million? Let me tell you, I can contact the auction house in the Frost domain at any time and ask them to help auction this thing. Do you believe me when I say that it will cause a sensation in the entire Yangtian City? Don't you and me. Masters, let's ignore this little scammer. Let's go over there to choose the stones. You guys said that you want to cut one. The elder smiled and said to Yun Nuashing and Hui. There was a more obvious and easier to understand version behind the sentence. Let's go quickly. Don't bring this scammer along to play. The middle-aged man had a bitter expression on his face. Looking at the few people who had just left, he scratched his head with all his might. It was really that close. If his finger had just trembled a little, the mark would have moved 2 or 3 centimeters to the side, and that piece of fire source, heavenly obsidian, would have been his. He was so vexed that his heart ached. The group of people who were present at the scene also had similar expressions. They were so depressed that they could not speak. TSK, I'd like to see what else you can cut out. It's best if you throw all your money here. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart. As he cursed, he sped up to catch up with the group of people who left. The group of onlookers looked at each other. After thinking for a while, they also hurriedly followed to watch the show. A group of people popped their heads out of the forest. They couldn't help but look gloomy as they watched the people leave. The swaying shadows of the trees parted slightly to reveal a young man in a black robe and a gray cloak hiding behind. He stared at the people who left with a pair of sinister eyes and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Our sky sect only has a very impure earth source, heaven magnetite. How can those two fellows have such a pure fire source, heaven magnetite? Those lucky fellows. It seems that I have to report this to young Master Lu. On the other side, Yun Nuashing and the others who had returned to the West Garden as promised came to the stone workshop, where the stone with the sealing power was located. Yun Nuashing and Hui Mei exchanged glances with each other for a while. After nodding, the two of them suddenly turned around and rushed in 2 different directions. They returned to the same place in an instant. Everyone was stunned. They looked carefully and saw that there were 2 huge stones on the ground in front of them. One of them was half weathered and riddled with holes, while the other was like a small mountain in front of them. There were also traces of knife and sword marks on the surface. It seemed like someone had used it as a sword practice stone. Just by looking at the appearance, the two of them were similar. You want to cut these 3 stones? A few old stone cutters who had followed them over were stunned when they saw the 2 of them setting up the array. The aura of these 3 stones is strange and difficult to identify clearly. They have been placed in our garden for many years. Do you really intend to? So these people were from the Sovereign King Palace. Hui grinned. Since they were from the Sovereign King Palace, it was even more appropriate. He casually threw a money bag over. That's right. Instead of leaving them here as viewing stones that no one dares to touch, why don't we just cut them up? Huh. Hui shouted and waved his palm fiercely in front of him. Half of the 3 boulders cracked, dust flew, and the ground trembled. If one didn't know better, they would think that someone was here to destroy the place. Everyone was stunned. They had seen people who cut stones violently, but they had never seen someone so casual. It was as if he had bought something and used it to smash it. Just listen to the sound and forget about it. Hui smiled carelessly. The 2 of them exchanged glances with the little girl. They each found a stone and used their energy to leave traces. However, the traces they left behind were not as complete and clear as the previous ones. They themselves were not very clear about these stones. Please drag them out and kill them. Hui waved his hand and called the few elders over to cut the stones. The others also stretched their necks. Old Lin chuckled and stroked his beard. This time, he could finally fulfill one of his wishes. He could put down a few important things in his heart. He glanced at the middle-aged man standing at the side and saw the faint resentment and uneasiness on his face. He couldn't help but walk up and tease him. What are you doing in the West Garden? Didn't you say that they were all ugly melons and dates? There's nothing to see. The middle-aged man glared at him. Can't I come to watch the show? Old Lin laughed out loud. I'm just afraid that some people will disappear while watching the show. Aya, it's really a big mistake. Look at the stone that I've been holding. I'm about to start. What do you think will appear? Will there be another fire source, heavenly black stone? The middle-aged man's face twitched. This old bastard was trying to annoy him. He had touched his sore spot. So which one should we open first? Hui muttered softly in his soul when he was making the energy mark. The 3 stones weren't easy to distinguish. The only thing that could be recognized was that there was definitely a ghost inside. We'll leave the sealed one for last. As for these 2, Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment and looked at the little girl. She was also staring at the 3 stones intently. After a while, she threw her gaze at the half of the fake mountain. She tugged at Yun Nuashing's sleeve and smiled cutely. Yun Nuashing nodded. Then let's cut the weathered one first. The few elders walked up and the energy turned into long swords. Because they had already marked the energy mark clearly, they only needed to follow the guidance of the energy. Therefore, they didn't spend too much time. In just a few seconds, the elders flicked their sleeves and blew away the limestone powder. A gust of wind blew and an unusually dazzling light shot up into the sky. The light hit the top of the garden's barrier, causing the entire garden to tremble. The commotion almost reached Yangtian City outside. Is this garden filled with heavenly black stones? Do you have any other new ideas? The unusually dazzling light made Yun Nuashing look sideways. He muttered at the same time, causing everyone to choke on their blood. This bastard's words were really infuriating. Even if the ground was filled with heavenly black stones, they might not be able to catch one. He actually disliked it. The heaven profound stone, which was the size of a wash basin, was pulled out from the stone. The multicolored light could not cover up the most resplendent blue color. The blue light reflected in the air made people mistakenly think that they were looking at a long river with an invisible source flowing past. The sound of crashing waves resounded in their ears, as if it was real, yet illusory. The few elders who were cutting the stone grimaced in pain. Their livers and stomachs hurt. This stone had been placed here for many years. They couldn't be sure, so they didn't touch it. If they knew that a water source heavenly black stone could be opened, they would have done it long ago. Moreover, this water source heavenly black stone was obviously much bigger than the fire source heavenly black stone. While they were cutting the stone, Hui hugged the rockery and looked up and down for a long time. He discussed with the little girl in a low voice and changed a few energy marks. When the light of the heavenly black stone faded, he gave up his position and let the elders start. Big brother, you should be able to directly see through the stone, right? The little girl suddenly leaned close to Yun Nuashing and whispered in his ear. Her large eyes flickered with a lively light, as if she saw through something. I can, but it's not interesting. Yun Nuashing nodded and replied, We're not really here to look for anything. We're just here to play, so there's no need to see everything clearly. We're just betting on the excitement of the moment the item comes out. Oh, the little girl replied blankly. Her expression was strange. This explanation was really beyond her expectations. She also thought that this strange big brother and the others were here to look for something. She didn't expect that they were just here to play. Yun Nuashing glanced at the little girl, who was deep in thought. His face twitched. He couldn't say that they were here to cause trouble, but the main character wasn't doing anything, so he could only use this method to cause trouble. The boulder that was as big as a fake mountain fell into the hands of the few old men. The few of them also injected energy into the boulder according to the energy traces left behind. After a while, they all stretched out their hands and slapped the boulder. A large piece of rock powder suddenly fell off. A faint energy mist suddenly spread out from a corner of the fake mountain peak, causing the ball of light under Yun Nuashing's chest to suddenly move. He abruptly raised his head to look at the fake mountain, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Quickly retreat. Get down! Yun Nuashing's shout stunned everyone. Before they could react, a strong energy suddenly erupted from his body. It turned into a storm and pushed everyone out. One by one, they fell to the ground. Then they hurriedly grabbed the little girl and pulled Jing Yuanji back a few meters. Hui Zhe, who had a tacit understanding, grabbed everyone and pressed them to the ground. He elegantly turned around and prostrated himself on the ground. He secretly propped up an energy barrier to protect them. Wang! Vast purple energy with an astonishing momentum suddenly burst out from the crack in the rockery. The astonishing energy light dyed the entire garden a deep purple. A wide energy light pillar that was so dense that it almost materialized erupted from the top. In an instant, it broke through the energy barrier of the garden and rushed into the sky. The entire sky darkened. Only that wide light pillar emitted a deep purple light that illuminated the entire Yangtian city. Countless people in the city turned their eyes and looked at the drastic change in the city in astonishment. This energy, this aura. What is this energy that is even more ancient than the cloud continent itself? It's in the direction of the Monarch Palace's stone workshop. Interesting. How many years has it been since something like this happened? Could it be some kind of extremely rare outer sky black stone? Impossible. The energy fluctuation of the outer sky black stone is different. It's not the energy fluctuation of the black stone either. Even the law fluctuation is a little abnormal. It could be some rare item from the lower continent that came to the cloud continent and mutated. One figure after another appeared 100 meters away from the pillar of light against the energy pressure. Their gazes on the stone workshop gradually changed from shock to something else. No matter what it was definitely not something ordinary to be able to cause such a commotion. There were also gazes in the hidden space that were looking at the purple light pillar. After a few flashes, the space on top of a tall building suddenly flickered. A dozen figures in white robes and capes walked out. The young man in the lead said softly, "There are already undercurrents in Yangtian City. I'm afraid something is about to happen." The commotion this time will probably revive everyone in Yangtian City. I just don't know. Beside the young man, a young man who looked similar to him but looked very young had a twinkle in his eyes. The two's clothes were slightly more extravagant than the others behind them, with more symbolic patterns. The young man said softly, "Second brother, should we inform big sister?" "We have to at least report it. We can't handle this by ourselves. Look, those people over there are all people who eat people without spitting out the bones. It's best if we don't rush in and throw our lives away." "That's true." The young man smiled bitterly and glanced faintly into the distance. In another hidden space, the real appearance of this world was far more lively than it appeared on the surface. The purple light pillar that seemed to contain endless energy suddenly flickered, making everyone's heart jump. A few rings of energy appeared halfway through the light pillar and slowly solidified, making everyone's heart skip a beat. "It's over. It's going to explode," someone mumbled in the dark, causing everyone's heart to palpitate in fear. They hurriedly turned and retreated. It was also at this time that the rings of energy suddenly turned into shock waves and spread out with a boom. It instantly spread 1,000,000 kilometers outside Yangtian City, turning the green space outside into a red purgatory. The onlookers in the city were swatted down from the sky like birds in a storm. They all crashed into the city miserably. "Be careful." The young man hurriedly put up a barrier made of ice. When the shock wave swept over, it instantly destroyed hundreds of barriers and sent them flying. Although they were a little haggard, they weren't hurt at all. The white-robed man's expression was solemn. He panted and said softly, "Looks like the situation is more serious. You two stay here and keep watch. We'll go talk to them. Some old monsters might be blown out, so it's best to be prepared." "All right." The young man nodded and turned back to look at the purple light pillar. His eyes flickered for a moment before he left with his second brother. Chapter 1597. In the center of the energy storm, Yun Nuashing, who was lying on the ground, looked up at the storm-like energy beam. The destructive energy from the explosion of the halo was very familiar to him. He had seen this energy before, and he didn't even need to think to know what this purple light that changed the color of the sky was. His brain almost stopped working. Yun Nuashing, aye. Carrot at dollar. Percent at Hui and the others could not help but laugh bitterly when they heard Yun Nuashing spouting vulgarities in their souls. They were just guessing when Yun Nuashing collapsed to the ground, but now they did not need to guess anymore. They knew what was going on, even if they used their buts to think. The only thing that could make Yun Nuashing flustered and exasperated to such an extent was the trivial matters of the heavenly gods of origin. Combined with the above scene, it was obvious that there was a relic left behind by the heavenly gods of origin in the rockery, and it was also filled with a huge amount of origin energy and origin rules. It was very difficult to deal with. Oh, such a big commotion. Hui pressed his long hair that was about to be blown away by the wind. He looked at the others who were lying on the ground and hugging their heads. He shouted in their souls, "Feng, you go and deal with the relic. I'll suppress the people here." As soon as he finished speaking, he remembered that they were in Yangtian City. The energy beam that exploded from the city had probably pierced through the sky. As for the outside, Lord Hui, please help Lord Feng. I'll go outside. It should be enough to intimidate the people in Yangtian City. Jing Yuanji said softly. Jing Yuanji said softly and flew out of Yun Nuashing's arms. Her body was covered by blue energy and melted into the space. The energy in her body rose to its peak state in just a few seconds. Min also stood up from the ground, and the energy of the void surged all over her body. I'm afraid that she alone won't be enough. There are many powerful beings approaching here. After saying that, she also melted into the void. When she reappeared, she was already in the sky outside the garden. The energy of the void quietly spread in all directions. Feng, you can go and deal with that thing as much as you want. No one will disturb us for a while. Hearing Huey's shout, Yun Nuashing was speechless. He really didn't want to touch this thing. After the purple light pillar exploded, he felt that there was a source of energy in his body that had not been used before that suddenly came to life. At this moment, it was using his body as a racetrack, spinning rapidly in circles. It was already faster than the speed of light. If it was not for his huge capacity as an energy body, he might have been killed by this kind of torment. Damn it, Yun Nuashing cursed as he propped himself up. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw the other little girl curled up in his arms. She paused and patted the little girl's long black hair, leaving an energy barrier. Then she quickly flipped over and looked at the rockery. Oh, the rockery was gone. When a crack was cut out, the energy inside the rockery was boiling and rioting. In an instant, the outer shell wrapped around the rockery was destroyed. Right now, there was only a dazzling purple energy beam in front of them. It was so dazzling that people could not help but point their middle finger at it and curse. There was also a blurry thing in the light beam. It's not her divine tablet fragment. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. He had mastered almost 70 of the 100 types of origin energy. The origin energy in front of him was one of the dozens that he hadn't come into contact with. Although it also emitted incomparably divine energy, it made him feel uneasy. To be honest, even if something like origin energy, origin law, and origin order were found in the world of order, it might not be a blessing. It might be a disaster instead of a blessing. They wouldn't care if the life near them belonged to order or non-order. They would only release this level of violent energy as if they had been woken up from a near-eternal sleep. Anyone who got close to them would basically die. Most of the people watching outside probably didn't know what was good for them. This world probably didn't have the knowledge and concept of the heavenly God of origin. They thought that an incredible opportunity had descended upon Yangtian City. Little did they know that this thing was not an opportunity for them, let alone the Cloud Continent. It was just a disaster, and whoever got their hands on it would have to die. A gust of wind rushed past his body. His long hair and robe were stacked together, making a fluttering sound. It was like the battle cry of a large flag dancing in the wind. Yun Nuashing withstood the indescribable divine pressure. The origin energy that he controlled in his body circulated together with the unfamiliar energy to offset the pressure from the outside, allowing him to raise his feet under this powerful pressure. We saw that Yun Nuashing could only slowly walk over step by step despite the pressure. He had to pause for 2 or 3 seconds for every step he took. He was also a little anxious about the next step. What made him even more anxious was that when he saw that the others were showing signs of waking up, he couldn't help but shout, "Feng, hurry up! The origin energy's pressure on us is too serious. We can't use powerful means to suppress them. Don't rush me. Something big is going to happen if you rush me. Besides, I'm already rushing over as fast as I can." Yun Nuashing replied anxiously without even turning his head. Because he had used all his strength to activate the origin energy, the origin imprints on his body had already started to light up one by one. Beautiful patterns also started to appear on the right side of his face, which made him think of the divine imprints on the spirit-receiving godly body. Now was not the time to think about those things. Ugh. When he was 1 meter away from the light pillar, the energy wind around him had already solidified. It blew his energy barrier until it continuously appeared to resist the impact of the energy. Yun Nuashing paused in place and panted a few times. Just as he was about to raise his feet, his expression changed. He groaned and half knelt down. "Feng, what's wrong? Why don't you come back?" He was slightly surprised to see that the closer he got to the energy beam, the more severely he was suppressed. He had never encountered such a situation before. Didn't the origin energy he encountered in the past pass smoothly? How could this unexpected situation happen this time? "I told you these bastards are a disaster, especially when they appear by my side. Jinx, complete jinx." Yun Nuashing lowered his head and panted. In this emergency situation, his mind was still thinking about other things, and he kept muttering. The energy belonging to the observer quickly fused into his body, and the colors on his body quickly faded away. The pressure on his body instantly decreased by more than half. He stood up abruptly and quickly took the last 2 steps. With a loud shout, his right hand pierced through the energy beam and grabbed something. Bang! An even more violent and boundless energy burst out from the energy beam. The energy that was more than 100 times more powerful than just now swept out with a loud bang. The ground of the garden collapsed with a loud rumble. The void and nothingness opened at the same time. The void energy that poured and mixed with the origin energy. The speed of the collapse of the heaven and earth was a bit faster, causing Yun, Nuashing, and Hui to turn pale with fright. "Phone! Come back quickly!" Hui stood up in horror and rushed toward Yun, Nuashing. The golden light that overflowed from his body was about to wrap around Yun, Nuashing's body, but it was repelled by the impact of the origin energy. "Huh!" Hui just had time to respond with a startled "Ha!" when the strong purple energy turned into a strong wind and slapped him away. Yun Nuashing saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Don't come over! Without the protection of the origin energy, the primeval god of the beginning will die if he comes here. Back off! Back off! Bring them back! I can take care of this!" An arm with a thumbs up stuck out from the rubble. Hui slipped out of the rubble and waved his hand to bring everyone back 15 meters. His vision flashed, and he blinked and realized that the purple light beam was still in front of him. He was a little stunned. "We can't run far. This distance is the limit." Yun Nuashing had no time to care about anything else. The energy that came from his arm was disintegrating his existence. It was more violent than all the origin energy that he knew, and it was second only to the energy that belonged to her. This was also one of the reasons why he rarely came into contact with this purple energy. It was obviously not a good way to fight against this energy. Even if he squeezed himself dry and squeezed the 36 energy worlds behind him, there was no way to deplete the origin energy in front of him. It seemed that he could only. Her eyes flickered for a moment. Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth fiercely. Anyway, there was no good choice now. If she hesitated, something big would happen. She suddenly made up her mind. All the origin imprints bloomed with light and gathered toward her right arm. "It's done. Let's go." Hui, who was going through all the knowledge in his mind, suddenly heard this shout and hurriedly raised his head. The purple light beam that was as bright as the sun suddenly shrunk in size. Its violent intensity also lessened instantly, and there were signs of it stopping. Yun Nuashing scurried out pathetically from the place covered by the light beam. She gave him a bitter expression. "It's done, but it caused too much of a commotion. It can't be covered up. The commotion outside? At least no one has broken in yet. It shouldn't be a problem." Hui raised his head and looked outside the garden. Due to the appearance of the purple light, Yangtian City fell into a state of half chaos and half excitement. Many figures arrived near the stone workshop with the sound of wind breaking and powerful energy. They looked at the purple pillar of light that shot into the sky and made the sky dim with all kinds of emotions and gazes. Their minds were active. "Did you invite anyone over? This energy is still growing. If we let it continue to grow, I'm afraid it will devour the entire Yangtian City. Hurry up and invite the mighty people from Sovereign King Palace, Sky Sect, Fuxing Island, and Flying Feather Embrace to help suppress it. Stop yelling. We've already invited them for 10 minutes and no one has come. Do they not want to do anything? Who has the ice domain talisman? Hurry up and call for help." Just as Yun Nuashing said, once something related to the origin appeared, it was actually a disaster rather than a blessing for everyone. From the beginning, when people came here to watch and thought that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, to now, when they were frantically asking for help, it was obvious that these people were still people who wanted to take their lives. They hadn't been blinded by the energy yet. Otherwise, Yin Nuashing wouldn't have been able to save them. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Someone is here to help. A loud shout came from the sky. Everyone turned their gazes. Following the shout, several figures flew out from somewhere in Yangtian City. Their bodies were surrounded by dense spatial energy as if they had just been teleported from somewhere else. Before the teleportation ended, they had already rushed to the sky and stopped. Then, from several directions, more people appeared one after another. The figures flashed, and everyone's gazes quickly turned. They saw figures with enormous energy appearing one after another from the space. Whoosh! In the northern sky, a single figure slowly walked down from the sky. He was alone with his hands behind his back, but everyone who saw him felt a pressure that could suppress the world. It was a young man in white robes with blue patterns. At that moment, he was walking through the air with a stern expression. There was a snowflake pattern formed by several diamonds on his robes, and a golden spear pierced through the snowflakes at an angle. When they saw the patterns on his robes, everyone's eyes narrowed slightly, and they felt a little more at ease. With the appearance of this person, the dark sky in Yangsky City eased a little, but it wasn't obvious. The temperature in the city also dropped a little. The young man looked at the other people around the stone workshop and nodded at them. The latter and the others also cupped their fists and bowed in return. This energy is extremely ancient. I'm afraid something has happened. Unrelated people back away. Those at reciprocity or higher, suppress this energy with me. The young man in white robes gently called out. The energy within him circulated rapidly as strands of frost drifted through the surroundings. The other people at reciprocity used various methods as well. Several hundred reciprocity experts used their energy at the same time, causing the surroundings to collapse in a single moment. Back off. This energy isn't something you can forcefully resist. However, before the countless people in the city could let out a sigh of relief after seeing them take action, the entire space trembled strangely. The energy everyone had condensed was silently dispersed. Just as everyone was stunned, an indifferent voice silently rang out in their heads. The white-robed young man's expression was also slightly startled. His gaze quickly turned, and a beautiful blue figure had appeared in the sky 100 meters away from the light pillar. The pair of light blue eyes slowly swept in all directions and finally stopped on him. The young man looked at her for a while and became rather stern. He slowly clasped his fist. May I ask who you are? Jing Yuanji didn't pay attention to him at first. After looking at everyone present, the energy in her body suddenly burst out. The degree of the momentum made everyone's expression change drastically, and the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard in the dark. Just when everyone thought that the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared would suddenly attack, she suddenly turned around and raised her hand to wave at the garden where the purple beam of light had come from. The entire space suddenly showed signs of freezing, slowing down, and other signs. It instantly froze, leaving the space of the main world and turning into another space. You can't deal with it. Back off if you don't want to be caught up in the shockwaves of energy. The indifferent voice rang out once again. Along with Jing Yuanji's shocking presence, quite a few people felt like they were unable to resist. They hurriedly retreated. The young man in white robes pondered for a while before waving his hand as well. Let's back off as well. After he took the lead and retreated, the others did not hesitate. They saved their energy and retreated one after another. It was only when they retreated 1,000 meters away that they felt the pressure from the two energies had weakened a lot. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. The young man in white robes retreated and landed on the roof of a tall building. As soon as he landed, a group of people wearing the same white robes flashed over from various places. The young man and the young man from before were among them. Looking at their slightly battered appearance, they seemed to have encountered something unspeakable when the origin energy erupted. Second uncle, who is that person? This presence. Hiss, it seems to be similar to father. The young man looked at the beautiful figure emitting light blue energy from afar. He did not forget to gasp as he spoke, looking shocked. It's not that exaggerated. There's still a big gap between her and fourth brother, but she's much stronger than us. The young man in white robes shook his head. He frowned slightly and whispered, "But why haven't I heard of such a powerhouse visiting Yangtian City? Those who can reach this level are not nameless. I know all those who stand at this level in the Yunduan continent. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a powerhouse who's hidden from everyone." The young man conversed with the others for a while before saying to his second uncle, "According to the information we found, this woman only came to Yangtian City today. There are 3 other people with her. They're probably in the stone workshop as well." For people. The young man in white robes was slightly startled. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. There shouldn't be 4 people of this level. Otherwise, there really was. Sneaky bastard. What are you doing hiding there? A cold shout suddenly rang out. At the same time, a burst of energy that was not inferior to the blue figure suddenly burst out of the void. All of the bursts of energy were pointed in one direction, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. 100 meters away from the pillar of light, the void trembled violently. A moment later, a group of haggard-looking figures fell out of it. The leader was an old man in yellow robes who was staring coldly at Jing Yuanji. The void gently rippled. Jing Yuanji turned her head. The space beside her suddenly rippled, and Min's figure slowly emerged from the void. Her body was brimming with surging void energy, releasing a presence of the same level as Jing Yuanji's. Both of them tried to appear as dignified as possible, but the suppression of the origin energy was too severe. They could not release all of their energy. After she came out, she stared at the group of people she blasted out of the hidden space and coldly said, "Get lost!" They seemed to be people of the Sky Sect. The people of the Sovereign King Palace and the Ice Domain all obediently retreated 1,000 meters, but they're still hiding in the same place. They can't hide well. Now that they've been discovered, they really deserve it. But the presence of these 2 women. Hiss! When did Yangtian City have 2 more experts of this level? The people of the Sky Sect all stared at her with hatred. After a while, the old man in yellow robes coldly snorted and waved his sleeves. He brought his people back 1,000 meters and coldly looked at them. The young man poked his second uncle's shoulder and said, "There, these are 2 of the 4. The young man in white robes was speechless. This powerful presence made him wonder if he had seen a ghost. Could there really be people in this world who did not say anything and only appeared in the end? Were they not afraid of suffocating to death? Although it's best not to provoke them. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Those who stay in Yangtian City, pay attention to them. If possible, carefully collect information on them." The young man in white robes sighed. "I've already given the order. This is all the information we know so far. I don't think we can find anything else." The young man shook his head. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There is no trace of them before they appeared in Yangtian City. In that case, the young man in white robes frowned. He glanced at Jing Yuanji and Min, then at the purple energy pillar. His figure flashed and disappeared. "I'll go back and let them know." Chapter 1598. Inside Yang Sky City, the purple energy pillar that caused even the sky to dim suddenly started to fade. The energy fluctuations from within also gradually calmed down. The light that shone like a star was now restrained to the point where ordinary people could look directly at it. The thoughts that had just disappeared from everyone's mind suddenly popped up again. When they first saw it, they only felt the terror of the energy. Many people coveted it, but when the energy started to fluctuate, the covetousness in their eyes turned into panic and thoughts of retreating sprouted in their hearts. At this moment, the energy was showing signs of fading, but before it completely faded, these people's thoughts became active again. These people, they were the fastest to run and the fastest to retreat, and now their thoughts are the fastest to change. The white-robed youth caught the faint changes in the gazes of the people floating in the sky and guessed their thoughts. He said with a bit of disgust, you said it yourself that you're the kind of person who eats people without spitting out their bones. Isn't it normal to have such a reaction?" The white-robed youth with blue stripes put his hands together in his wide sleeves and chuckled when he heard this. His fourth brother also seemed to think that his youngest son needed to come out and gain experience, which was why he was sent to Yang Sky City. "Second uncle, did father say anything?" The youth looked at the white-robed youth who had left for a few minutes and asked curiously, "If nothing unexpected happens, he probably won't send anyone here," the white-robed youth said faintly. His gaze was also fixed on the energy pillar that was fading from the tip of the sword. His eyes flickered. "And looking at the current situation, there's probably no need to send anyone here. The matters that we were busy with previously haven't been dealt with yet. If we rush any movements, it might cause chaos." "Previously?" The youth frowned and thought for a moment before letting out a long "oh." "Last time, we urgently mobilized the forces of our family and the Allied army to expel that race. Is it not done yet?" "That's not it. That battle affected a huge area. After it ended, some people were left to repair the damaged areas and strengthen the city's defenses. Now that the big project is almost finished, the army is about to reorganize and return home. Some of them are already on their way back to their homes, so it's not easy to mobilize them." The white-robed youth said softly, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be a problem. There are still some people from Yangtian City who haven't shown up yet. With those two girls in front of them, as long as they aren't crazy, they won't put their faces up for others to hit." The young man scratched his head. "What if? Oh well." The white-robed young man took out his hand from his sleeve and scratched the back of his head. "Then I can only wish them a safe journey." The purple energy beam had only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes from dimming until now. After a while, it slowly dissipated. The dim sky also returned to its normal state due to the dissipation of the energy. Jing Yuanji and Min looked back at the situation in the garden and felt that the origin energy had completely calmed down. Only then did they withdraw. When they left, they also repaired the garden barrier that was pierced by the energy beam. "Oh, it's over." The white-robed youth watched the two girls leave. After waiting for a while, he saw someone suddenly dive down to the ground and rush towards the stone workshop of the Sovereign King Palace. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that we didn't see what was inside the light beam. It seems that the report can only be described vaguely. Let's go in and take a look too. Maybe we can catch up with that person. The young man watched as many people headed towards the stone workshop. His heart was itching. But since his second uncle didn't do anything, he naturally couldn't rush in recklessly. Thus, he could only stare at the white-robed youth and speak with a hopeful tone. The white-robed youth shook his head helplessly. With the other party's strength, if they wanted to leave now, there shouldn't be anything that could stop them. It shouldn't be possible for them to see the other party. However, looking at the young man's curious expression, he could only shake his head. He waved his hand and led his two nephews into the stone workshop. In the garden, the moment the origin energy dissipated, he quickly cleaned up all the energy traces left behind by them. At the same time, he also put the last stone with the sealing power into his pocket. He lifted the energy suppression on everyone and let them slowly wake up from the ground. After dealing with everything, he turned his gaze to Yun Nuashing. At this moment, he was sitting on a blue stone. His left hand was pinching the position of his right arm. His expression was somewhat unnatural. "Feng, how are you? Are you okay?" The strange expression slowly faded. Looking at the person in front of him, Yun Nuashing shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, the space beside him flickered. Two beautiful figures rushed out from it. They first glanced at the garden that seemed to have been bombed once, then looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. Min whispered, "A lot of people are coming in. I suggest we leave first." Someone secretly left a restriction in the space. "It's not particularly powerful, but it can stop us for a while," Jing Yuanji said softly. In fact, this short period of time was enough for the people outside to break in. She and Min had already shown their faces, so they could be recognized immediately. "Let's hide in the soul world first." Yun Nuashing nodded and subconsciously raised his right hand. Suddenly, he was startled and quickly changed his hand. This little stiffness and unnaturalness naturally couldn't be hidden from Hui and Jing Yuanji. Especially when they had just dealt with an origin relic, they paid special attention to him. Under Hui's signal, Jing Yuanji quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm and pulled open his sleeve. A faint purple light came out from under the sleeve, startling the three of them. It was covered by a purple energy crystal. No, it was an arm that had turned into a purple energy crystal. The entire forearm had turned into an energy crystal, and the origin energy was still surging inside. "I said that this thing is a disaster. Don't look, you guys hide first." Yun Nuashing hurriedly retracted his arm back into his sleeve. He waved his left hand at Jing Yuanji and Min and put them into the soul world without any explanation. Then he met Hui's strange gaze and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I used a tough method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that thing in a short time. But the problem isn't big. My hand became like this only because the origin energy was too large and was replaced. After a while, I will recover after dealing with this energy." Yun Nuashing saw that there was something wrong with his expression and was also stunned. Following his gaze, he turned to look at the side and was also stunned. He saw that the little girl had woken up at some point and was sitting on the blue stone like him. Her little hand was tugging at his robe. Seeing that he was looking over, she gave a sweet and naive smile. Yun Nuashing looked over and was also stunned. She saw that the little girl had woken up and was sitting on the blue stone like him. Her little hand was tugging at his robe. Yun Nuashing and Hui's face twitched. "And this is a very magical girl. The others in the garden haven't woken up yet." But she had already climbed to the side and sat down. They didn't even notice. So, did this girl hear their conversation just now? But it didn't matter. Even if she heard it, she wouldn't understand what they were talking about. "Big brother, do you also recognize the relic of the ancient origin spirit?" The little girl's voice came out, and Yun Nuashing and Hui's expressions froze at the same time. They looked at each other like lightning and said a few words with their eyes that were beyond the limit. Then they said in unison, "What the hell? We don't know it." The little girl laughed and didn't seem to care whether what they said was true or not. She said to herself, "It's the thing that you just made. They are all relics left behind by the ancient origin spirit in this world. Every time one of them appears, there will be a very big movement. Ah, but the one that we just saw should be the one with the biggest movement so far." Dad said that in fact, every relic of the ancient origin spirit is not something that defies the natural order as others think. The appearance of every relic is a disaster of an uncertain scale, and it is also a test. In the records left behind in history, 90% of these unearthed ancient relics will quietly disappear from everyone's sight after causing a big disturbance. They will then find a place to hibernate again. Only 10% will be obtained by someone. When the little girl said these words, she kept staring at Yun Nuashing with her big gem-like eyes. It made his hair stand on end. According to his understanding, according to his personality, this must have triggered some kind of terrible event, and he might not be able to control the direction of it. What do you want to do by telling us this?" Yun Nuashing said the sentence with her heart in a mess. Her tone changed 4 or 5 times. The little girl suddenly smiled brightly, as if she was waiting for him to say this. She quickly got up from the green stone and whispered in his ear, "Actually, my family also has an ancient relic. Big brother, are you interested in taking a look?" Yun Nuashing's face turned purple when she heard this. She quickly stood up and stepped back with a face full of fear. No, no, it's harmful to the body. Hui, let's go. Quickly jump out of the car. Ah, don't be so nervous. Actually, seeing that she was treated as a wild beast and guarded against, the little girl pouted unhappily. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. She threw herself into Yun Nuoshing's arms at a speed that even Yun Nuoshing did not have time to react. She pulled his robe and wrapped herself in it, hiding herself again. This time, even her breath and vital signs were suppressed to the extent that they almost did not exist. Yun Nuoshing, who more or less understood the little girl, knew that someone who was looking for her had appeared in her sensing range. Moreover, the person who came to look for her this time was probably someone she knew. Otherwise, why would she hide before they came in? Yun Nuoshing threw a pleading look at Hui. Hui pondered for a moment and said, "If it's someone the little girl knows, how about we hand her over?" Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuoshing sucked in a breath of cold air. This little girl pinched his lower back. He quickly reached out and pressed down the mischievous little hand on his lower back. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of depression and distress. She quickly said, "No, I won't hand you over, so don't move. Hey, don't touch my right hand. It's not a stone. Don't hit it." Hui stared at Yun Nuoshing as if he was looking at a beast and said in his soul, "You're A****, F***, CK, what were you thinking in your head just now? Do you dare to show it to me? Stop fooling around. Someone really came in. If you don't want to get into trouble, you should leave now." The light voice of the little angel sounded helplessly in the souls of the two. Yun Nuoshing glared at Hui. She half closed her arms, and dark, red energy surged. It turned into a black curtain and wrapped the three of them inside. It quickly shrank and disappeared with the three of them in an instant. Less than 10 seconds after the three of them disappeared, the sound of the earth being trampled came from the garden. A group of people rushed into the garden. A few figures flashed at the spot where the three of them disappeared. The white-robed young man squatted down and touched the ground. After sensing for a moment, he stood up and shook his head at the crowd. "We're late. We just left not long ago." The people from the king's palace looked at the devastated garden, and their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. This was great. They couldn't see anything missing. They looked at the people lying unconscious in the garden. The traces are very clean. If we want to find those people, I'm afraid we can only ask someone. The white-robed young man waved his hand and condensed a few huge ice crystals in the air. He condensed the sealed energy in the ice crystals at the center and restored a part of the energy that had dissipated to the point where it was almost undetectable. His expression changed. "It's the relic of the ancient source spirit." "I've guessed it. The only things that can cause such a disturbance are those things, but it's still hard to believe that there's an ancient item hidden in Yangtian City or something," a reciprocity expert said gently. The faces of the people from the king's palace twitched even more. Their faces were so dark that it was like they had been splashed with ink. This ancient relic should have been theirs. It was hidden right under their noses, and no one knew about it. This was really a huge loss. The young man grabbed one of the ice crystals the white-robed young man had condensed and sensed it for a while. He softly muttered, "Why do I feel like little sister's aura is in there?" Just as he was about to tell this to his second uncle, he turned around and saw that they were discussing the aftermath. He shut up and scratched his head as he muttered to himself, "It should be an illusion. No matter how naughty little sister is, she wouldn't run over to the Gangyuan continent." Several hundred kilometers away from Yangtian City, in a mountain range that had been turned into a barren wasteland by the origin energy, a dark red sphere suddenly appeared. After expanding to 3 meters, it turned into energy and disappeared. 2 figures fell from it. Looking at the barren landscape around them, they could not help but smack their lips. setting fire to the mountain. When we came here, it was still green. Now that the origin energy has appeared, it's like this. I'm afraid it won't recover for a while." We could not help but say, as he looked at the land that had been destroyed by the origin energy. Yun Nuashing flung his long robe aside with a strange expression on his face. The little girl who was hiding in his spacious robe was holding his crystallized right hand with both her hands. Her big eyes didn't even blink as she stared at it attentively. Intermittent muttering came out of her mouth, but he couldn't hear what she was muttering clearly. The power of an ancient relic. It's like this. It's not quite the same. Strange. Is it because the energy is different? Yun Nuashing sighed and pulled his hand back. Feeling that her hands were empty, the little girl immediately raised her head and looked at him with an adorable expression. "Let me see again! Let me see again!" "Stop messing around. Finish what you were saying before." Yun Nuashing raised his crystallized right hand to prevent the little girl from jumping up and hugging him. The little girl's large eyes fluttered a few times before she suddenly revealed a sly smile. "Big brother, weren't you not interested just now?" "I'm not interested in your family's thing, but I need to understand it." Looking at the little girl jumping up and down, Yun Nuashing could not help but let out a long sigh. He stretched out his left hand and pressed the little girl's head. "Stop jumping up and down. Tell me first, and I'll let you study it later." "Oh," the little girl muttered and nodded. "The relic of our family's ancient origin spirit was sealed by my father many years ago. Every year he would spend a lot of effort to maintain the seal, so that it would not run to some strange place and cause an energy anomaly that would lead to a disaster." That's what he said. Yun Nuashing and Hui had a strange expression. This world's knowledge and concept about the god of origin might only be a very small part of it. They even changed the name of the god of origin. However, this did not have any effect as long as they knew that it existed. What made them feel inconceivable was that this world seemed to have a lot of ancient origin relics. Listening to the little girl's eloquent words, those ancient origin relics appeared and disappeared mysteriously. From time to time, they would appear on the cloud continent or the lower continent. Every time they appeared, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing, and it would cause a disastrous effect. Just from this, it seemed that the number of ancient origin relics was not small. The point was that the people of the cloud continent actually had a way to seal the ancient origin relics. This sounded like a fantasy story. They had to use all of their strength to deal with the ancient origin relics. Even Yun Nuashing, who had mastered the origin energy, had to pay a price when he used the matching origin energy to come into contact with the ancient origin relics. How could the people of the cloud continent seal the ancient origin relics? It sounded like **T, ancient origin relics that have been sealed. Oh, I heard from my father that there seemed to be more than a dozen of them, and they are all under the control of other families. The little girl sat on a 2-meter-high stone with her legs dangling in the air. I only know the specific situation of my family. The rest is from what I heard. I heard that just maintaining the seal consumes a lot of things every year. The little girl's eyes turned and fell on Yun Nuashing. Her big eyes were full of interest as she said, seriously, "My family's ancient origin relic is also like that." So when it saw Big Brother, the ancient origin relic calmed down immediately. Hee, Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. "You don't want me to go to your family's ancient origin relic to help you suppress it, do you?" The little girl nodded honestly, but when she saw Yun Nuashing's crystallized right hand, she quickly waved her hands. "I don't want Big Brother to take the risk. My family's ancient origin relic has been sealed for a long time, and its energy should have been depleted. Secondly, that ancient origin relic is not as powerful as the one that appeared today." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. To hell with depleted energy. Placing the ancient origin relic in the void with him to undergo the baptism of the great samsara, he died, but the ancient origin relic was still fine. Even if there was a little bit of energy depletion, it would not be weakened by too much. It could only be said that the energy released by the little girl's family's ancient origin relic was not as violent, and its form of energy was not the same, but it would not be weakened by too much because of the passage of time. Phone, the mess I've made in this continent may be a little more complicated than I thought, Hui said to the little girl in his soul. Hui said to Yun Nuashing and the others in his soul. At first, I only came for Black Nest. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Yun Nuashing was also curious. Didn't you get attacked by the ancient origin relic when you were chased out by the 80,000-strong army? No, according to the little girl, they shouldn't be able to control the ancient origin relic. But I don't know why they allowed them to seal it. Hui frowned and thought hard for a while. Then he casually threw out an irresponsible answer. Do you think this cloud continent is another world similar to the realm of the gods created by the origin, heavenly god? Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji's body stiffened, and their expressions changed slightly. From the clues in front of them, the possibility was a little bit. Yun Nuashing shook her head and rejected this guess. No, from a variety of perspectives, the cloud continent is far from the world of the gods. It's impossible that they created the world of the gods, and then they can only make this kind of defective product out of boredom, right? What if it's a special situation? Hui suddenly became spirited, and the guardian, who had not used his brain for thousands of years, suddenly had a flash of inspiration at this moment, and he talked nonstop. What if it's a world created in an emergency? What if it has some special purpose, and it doesn't behave like the world of the gods? Just like those ancient origin relics. What if this world itself is just a huge storage space and a long time has passed, and a group of life was accidentally born from their energy and their rules? What if? The more Hui talked, the more excited he became. Yun Nuashing also suddenly felt that this seemed to be reasonable, and it might really be the god of origin who made it for some purpose. Otherwise, how could they explain the many ancient origin relics that appeared on the cloud continent? Speaking of which, in the world of origin, the continent of origin, and the places related to them, there was nothing similar to the ancient origin relics left behind. Now it seemed that it was not that there was nothing left, or that they could not be left, but that they were all thrown here. Yun Nuashing pulled her bangs and couldn't help but smile bitterly. So, is this some kind of arrangement of theirs? Or is it her arrangement waiting for someone to come here to do something? Huey's voice came to an abrupt end, and he laughed dryly. It's hard to say what if. After all, they were still themselves. How could they predict what people of that realm wanted to do? Maybe it was really as Yun Nuashing said, that they had calculated something and deliberately left the ancient origin relics here, waiting for him or someone to come here one day and unlock the dusty secret. Chapter 1599. Can you feel it? That ancient and indestructible aura is the sound of the wind that reverberates in this world. The ethereal ancient words seeped into the space of this world from the void, accompanied by the endless whispers of the void that permeated every inch of space. It is the indestructible trace of the ancient gods that once existed in this void. Take a closer look at this world. It is shackled with the shackles of order. It is full of scars that cannot be concealed. The echoes that reverberate in the shadows are the painful roars and cries that once emitted by the void. Phone! The voice that reverberated in his ears and the shadow that danced in front of him made Yun Nuashing slowly come back to his senses. Hui was waving his hand in front of his eyes. When he saw that Yun Nuashing had finally come back to his senses, he let out a sigh of relief. Did your soul leave your body? I called you for a long time, but you didn't respond. Yun Nuashing rubbed his eyes and whispered, It's okay. I just saw something. The origin energy was attracted, so I saw it. Something about this world? You saw and understood the existence of this world. How can you understand it so quickly? Moreover, this thing can't be seen directly. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and poked the head of a certain whimsical guardian. Because something was mentioned, the origin energy moved a little, so I can see a little sign. But to really understand this world, it's not possible. You need to explore it yourself. Perhaps it was because he had come into contact with the origin energy, but he could vaguely sense that something was related to the cloud continent and the heavenly god of origin. Those traces were all over the continent and had even spread to other continents. There was no doubt that this world was related to the heavenly god of origin, but it was definitely not the same as the realm of the gods. They had created this space and this continent for their own reasons and purposes. It was just that he could not see through all of this yet, so he could only guess bit by bit. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead in distress. He muttered to himself, "Perhaps I need to collect the origin relics that are scattered in this world." Hui was also stunned when he heard this. He looked at him with a strange gaze and exclaimed in his soul, "Wow, how much mental preparation did you do? Don't give up on yourself, Feng." This guy, who would spiral up into the sky on the spot whenever he encountered something related to origin, wanted to self-destruct to erase his memories. This time he actually took the initiative to attack and search for the origin relic. Was the void going to collapse tomorrow? "Tell me what happened to you. Don't take it too hard." Hui held Yun Nuashing's shoulder and shook him a few times, his face full of pity and regret. "What kind of expression is that?" Yun Nuashing's face darkened. She pushed him away with her left hand and said gloomily, "I don't want to touch those things, but the conditions in front of us—" Do you think we can avoid it? Obviously, that's impossible. This world hides the secrets of the origin, and there's also that lump of non-order energy hidden under the entire cloud continent. No matter how you look at it, there's something wrong with it. We stared deeply into his eyes that were shining with pure white light. After a moment of silence, he said, "This is the first reason. What about the second reason?" Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "The origin relic, they may not be able to use it, but I can give it a try. Since the destruction, Koph, her divine carrier fragment, can have an inexplicable reaction to me, then these things that are closely related to them may be able to. You're throwing caution to the wind." Hui grinned and turned his eyes away to look at the vast continent. He took a deep breath. Well, it was a colorless and odorless gas. He didn't feel any aura of origin, but he could smell a strong, troublesome smell. The degree of trouble was estimated to be no less than the bad things they had encountered over the years. Well, anyway, it doesn't conflict much with our original purpose. Hui muttered in a low voice. Yun Nuashing was stunned. "What did you say?" I said, "Anything related to the heavenly god of origin is a matter of life and death. Since you are ready to throw caution to the wind, I can't just leave you alone, right?" Hui folded his arms and shook his head helplessly. "Moreover, if you can really control the origin relic, it would be a great help to us and the world of order. With such a good thing in front of us, of course we have to go." "Well, that's what I mean," Yun Nuashing said. "You came up with an excuse at the last minute, right?" "Hey, don't say it out loud if you know." Yun Nuashing looked at him and sighed. He opened his palm and waved it wantonly in the wind. This trip came with Hui, but he had inadvertently found a new purpose for himself. Although he did not like it very much, collecting the origin relic was also a matter of life and death. He might have to risk his life every time. This matter had been decided, but he did not have a good idea as to how to proceed and how to collect the lost origin relic. The sealed origin relic was in the hands of the superpowers. Although it might not be a family treasure in his house, it was not something that he would simply show to others. Yun Nuashing's eyes inadvertently swept over the little girl who was still holding his crystallized hand and looking at it. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times and he shook his right hand. "You've seen enough, there's nothing to see." The little girl covered her mouth and laughed a few times. She then tugged at Yun Nuashing's clothes and swung it around. "Big brother, where's your ancient relic?" Yun Nuashing turned his right hand over with his palm facing up. The purple origin energy surged rapidly in his forearm. Spots of light gathered along his forearm at the palm of his hand. A few inches above his palm, a light cluster appeared. The light gathered little by little, and a moment later, an object wrapped in light emerged. When the light dissipated, Hui and the little girl could see the object clearly. It was a white jade carving that looked like some kind of handmade jade. It was only 5 or 6 inches tall and the width of a palm. As for what it was, they couldn't tell at the moment. It was estimated that there was no way to tell in the future. This was only a semi-finished product. The carving stopped halfway. There was only a rough outline, and the outline was only half complete. Inside the jade carving, there was a ball of purple energy light. It was the origin energy that had just erupted. Even if it was slightly suppressed by yin nuashing at the moment, we could still feel that this object was exuding an extremely huge and uncontrollable energy. It was like holding a sun that was about to explode. It's engraved with a powerful origin law and order power. As for how long it existed, I can't infer it, but from the origin law and order power it possesses, it shouldn't be a semi-finished product. Hui scratched his head in puzzlement, other than this jade carving itself being a semi-finished product. Everything else engraved on it was in a completed state. There was no such thing as a semi-finished product. As for why its surface was only a semi-finished product, it was hard to say, and he didn't dare to guess. After taking out this jade carving, Yun Nuashing thought that the little girl would pounce on him and clamor to see it. He was already prepared to block her. However, the little girl just stood in front of him, quietly. She raised her head and stared at the jade carving with her big clear eyes. She didn't say anything, and she didn't have the clinginess from before. She just looked at it very calmly. Her eyes became slightly deep, as if she was thinking about something. "Hey, come back to your senses," Yun Nuashing shouted. He saw the little girl's small body tremble. He said, "Don't stare at this thing for too long. The everything it contains is not something you can withstand." The little girl's expression became a little strange. "Big brother, why are you saying the same thing as Dad?" Yun Nuashing, "Ahem, let's not talk about that with you. Let's talk about the original topic. How are you going to bring me to your house? The main point is, how are you going to explain such a big thing to your family?" Yun Nuashing spread out his hands and placed the questions one by one in front of the little girl. He originally thought that he would see the little girl panic and be at a loss of what to do, but he didn't expect her to be so calm on the surface that there wasn't even a ripple. She even smiled at him. "Hee this ahem, I have my own way. However, I need Big Brother to cooperate with me." The little girl grinned and jumped behind Yun Nuashing. She hooked her arms around his neck and said with a smile, "It's not just for a while. I need Big Brother's cooperation later." Ah! Hearing that this cooperation came from the mouth of a little girl, Yun Nuashing suddenly had the idea of playing house with the little girl in his heart. Moreover, he couldn't stop the idea from taking root and germinating. It made him uneasy. "What are you planning to do?" "Don't be nervous, Big Brother." The little girl jumped down from Yun Nuashing's back. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at Yangtian City in the distance with the other. The wind blew through her green dress and she exuded an imposing aura. "First, we have to return to Yangtian City. Second, oh, they should still be there. And Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. They weren't sure what this second was referring to. However, considering that the little girl had grabbed them and hurriedly slipped out as if to hide from someone, and was now preparing to slip back with an expression that said she wanted to stir up trouble, they were afraid that she was going to make an example out of someone. Perhaps this person was related to that second. The little girl laughed for a while. Suddenly, she stood in front of Yun Nuashing and looked at him seriously. She put her left hand on her chest and bowed. She said to Yun Nuashing, "This little girl is Ji Shuyan. Big Brother, please take care of me." Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered slightly. This girl had restrained her headache-inducing liveliness. When she was serious, it was as if she was a different person. Just as he was thinking about that, the little girl who had finished speaking suddenly smiled playfully at him. causing the image of an elegant and dignified lady that had just appeared in Yunhua star to crumble into pieces. Yes, it made him inexplicably think of the group of little girls at home, which also gave him a headache. To deal with them, he would rather go and fight with the underworld. Cough, cough. In that case, this deadly journey will begin from now on. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He chuckled and said in his soul, "Guess how many lives I will have to play with." The little angel frowned and said reproachfully, "Don't say such terrible things." The sky gradually darkened. Yangtian City, which had gone through a great storm, returned to the surface order. But there were undercurrents surging in the dark. Under the early evening lights, there was some unfathomable darkness. The bright stars in the sky dimmed their light. The lights between the many prosperous and splendid buildings drove away the remaining darkness of the night. People on the streets and alleys were discussing the great storm they had seen today. There was an ordinary-looking mansion located in the northern part of the city. Other than the fact that it occupied a relatively large area, its decorations and luxurious decorations were not on the same level as the buildings beside it. At this moment, there were 3 figures sitting in the courtyard. There were also some figures standing in the shadows in the corners of the courtyard, as if they had silently blended into the darkness. The 3 people sitting in the courtyard were the white-robed young man and his 2 companions who had appeared earlier today. "Second uncle, we still haven't found any traces of those people. I'm afraid they have already left Yangtian City and gone somewhere else." The young man sat on a stone chair and said softly to the white-robed young man, "Why don't we spread out and look elsewhere?" The young man sighed and leaned on the table. "Why are we looking for them? Why don't we go back?" The white-robed young man looked at the young man and shook his head. To be precise, he wasn't looking for them. He was looking for the other 2 people. When the ancient relic exploded in the stone workshop of King's Palace in the afternoon, the other 2 people probably stayed in the workshop to deal with the ancient relic. They quickly dealt with the ancient relic when everyone present was wrong at first glance, second glance, and third glance. Apart from being shocked, he also had some other thoughts. However, he judged that they didn't have enough people on this trip, so he didn't make a big fuss when looking for them. He was still waiting for reinforcements. "You're looking for them because—" The young man was about to say something to the young man when the air suddenly became silent. Everyone was stunned and their expressions changed. When he turned his head, he saw the white-robed young man suddenly stand up. His entire body was surging with energy. "May I know what business you have with us?" Seeing the white-robed young man's appearance, the people hiding in the shadows all came out with a swoosh. They were fully armed, but the white-robed young man waved his hand and told them to leave. People of this level came in the middle of the night. They didn't know if they were friend or foe. They couldn't be of any use. "You guys go in first." The white-robed young man stretched out his hand and dragged the young man who was still covered up. He waved his hand and threw him into the living room. The young man pondered for a while and nodded. He flashed into the living room and closed the door and windows. After everyone left, the white-robed young man spoke again. "Can you come out and see me?" Buzz. In the courtyard, a huge energy reaction quietly appeared. The space wriggled, and the white-robed young man's expression turned serious. When he came back to his senses, 4 figures had already appeared in his sight. They seemed to have been there from the beginning, but he didn't notice them until now. None of the 4 had any intention of hiding themselves. All of them showed their true faces. He had already seen 2 of them this afternoon. Seeing the sudden appearance of the 4, the white-robed young man was a little nervous. None of the 4 had a weaker aura than him, especially the 2 he had just seen. He felt as if he had fallen into an abyss just by looking at them. "Friends, may I know why you've come in the middle of the night?" The white-robed young man's face turned serious. He slowly cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "When the 4 stood together, all the experts in the Yang Sky City wouldn't be enough to deal with them. Coming in the middle of the night to find them really made his heart beat wildly. Uffed! The four of them had strange expressions. Suddenly, there was a delicate laughter, which made the white-robed young man slightly stunned. This familiar voice. He was in a daze. Suddenly, a petite figure emerged from behind the black-robed woman. She smiled at him and said, "Second uncle. See if my intuition is accurate. Tell me if it's accurate or not." Hui shouted in his soul. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. From the little girl's unfinished "too," she guessed that he was from her family. She didn't expect this guy to be right. Jing Yuanji looked at the white-robed young man and also responded, "I just saw you today. I didn't expect you to be from this little girl's family. Your aura doesn't feel like it." "Their appearance is a little similar," Min said. The white-robed young man looked at the petite figure that suddenly appeared and was stunned. He pointed at her in a daze, then pointed at Yun Nuoxing and the other three who looked helpless and depressed. He opened his mouth for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. "Yan why are you? Little sister," slipped out again. It's over. When I get home, father will definitely spank my butt into 8 pieces." The young man who had been hiding in the living room and observing the situation in the courtyard through a crack exclaimed. He quickly pushed the door open and ran out. He pulled the little girl and ran back. "Why did you run out again?" "It's too boring at home. You all ran out to play. Why can't I come out?" The little girl muttered. She waved her small fist and punched the young man's stomach in dissatisfaction. While he was in pain and relaxed, she ran back to Yun Nuoxing's side and made a face at the white-robed young man in the courtyard. The white-robed young man's gaze swept back and forth between the little girl and Yun Nuoxing. For the time being, he put down the idea of his niece being abducted by 4 experts of unknown origin. He held back his words and looked at Yun Nuoxing suspiciously. "May I know who you are?" "Second uncle. Second uncle, let me tell you." The little girl shouted cheerfully. She pulled Yun Nuoxing and the others to sit down at the stone table. Then she chattered with the white-robed young man about what happened today. In the end, she concluded with a sentence. "Big Brother is very powerful. Second uncle, I plan to ask Big Brother for help." At first, he only used a bitter smile to deal with the slightly awkward situation. However, when the little girl mentioned the last sentence, all of the embarrassment on the white-robed young man's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at the little girl with a slightly serious and heavy expression. How can you casually talk about that matter? Big Brother can help." The little girl swayed her small feet with a disapproving look. She pulled Yun Nuoxing's long hair and swung it back and forth. She said very indifferently, "That's not a secret. Don't others know that there's something wrong with that thing in our house?" "That's what they say. Anyway, second uncle, you've tried all kinds of methods in the past few years, but it's useless." The white-robed young man's face stiffened. That was indeed the case. They had a special method to deal with that ancient artifact. But as time passed, the seal and the ancient artifact itself were slowly becoming unstable. There was almost no effect in sealing it again. If they left it in an unstable state, it would definitely be difficult to deal with it. However, if they wanted to deal with it, to be honest, they didn't have any methods. Even Fourth Brother was a little anxious when facing that ancient artifact, let alone them. He guessed that the other families were in the same situation. They couldn't seal it, and if they threw it out, it would be another disaster for the Cloud Continent. They could only use all kinds of methods to forcibly suppress it. The degree of danger was no less than burying a powerful time bomb in their own backyard. Speaking of which, when everyone else in the family was in a terrible fix, it was this little girl who really went out to ask for help. From the little girl's clear eyes, he could see the firm confidence in her. Vaguely, he seemed to see the shadow of his fourth brother. It was really similar. Speaking of which, although this little niece of his was only 13 or 14 years old, her mind was so active that they couldn't understand it. She was like a little devil running around and causing trouble in the ice domain. This was also very similar to fourth brother when he was young. Let's put it this way. Second uncle naturally believes what you said, but the implications of this matter are also very big. I have to discuss it with your father before I can make a decision. The white-robed young man hesitated and said with a bitter smile, although he did have a little idea when he sent people to look for them. At this time, when the little girl brought them in front of him, he couldn't be in a hurry to agree. Hui and the others hadn't said anything. At this time they suddenly glanced at him and said, "We are very busy. If the little girl didn't ask us to stay, we would have already slipped away. So you'd better hurry." This wasn't nonsense. After confirming that Yuan Nuashing was going to make a move on those origin relics, their time seemed to be a little tight. The origin relics in the ice domain and whatnot, in fact, it didn't matter to them whether it was earlier or later. Even if the little girl didn't lead the way, when the time came and the seal broke, the other side would explode, and they would naturally be able to find them. The white-robed young man and the others should be the anxious ones. The white-robed young man was about to nod when the little girl couldn't sit still anymore. She jumped down from the chair and dragged in Nuashing to the side. "Oh, second uncle is really dragging his feet. Big brother, come with me. I'll show you something else." Speechlessly watching the little girl lead Yuan Nuashing and the others to the backyard, the white-robed youth sighed and took out a purple talisman from his bosom. "Fourth brother, I've found yen, but I've also found a few people." Chapter 1600. Shadows shrouded the spacious guest room. The energy crystal suspended in the air emitted a weak and gentle light, illuminating the space within a radius of 2 meters. The scattered light shone on the table, illuminating some books and an ancient map displayed on it. The bright sun was blocked outside the window, not bringing much light to this guest room. The atmosphere of the night still lingered in the room, lingering without dispersing. Gently closing the heavy book in her hand, Yuan Nuashing yawned. She reached out and pressed a place on the quaint map, leaving an energy mark. She turned her head and looked at Hui, Jing Yuanji and Min, who were still trying to flip through the books. Then she looked at Ji Shuyan, who was lying on the table and sleeping soundly. She rubbed her eyes and carefully carried the little girl to the soft bed behind her. After covering her with a quilt, she continued to bend over the table and continued to draw the quaint map. The ancient map depicted the overall appearance of the Cloud Continent. It was originally just an ordinary map, but now Yuan Nuashing and the others had left energy marks on it. Behind each mark, there was a story and a past. But in the eyes of Yuan Nuashing and the others, it symbolized an ancient relic or a futile effort. Information and intelligence were time-sensitive things. Once it left the recorded time, there would be a deviation. The information and intelligence recorded in these ancient books had been in the past for at least 100 to 1,000,000 years. She did not know if the information recorded in these ancient books would still be effective in the present. But this was already the most systematic information that they could grasp at the moment. It directly showed the location of the origin relic. If an outsider wanted to grasp all the information about the local world at once, they had to take down the core of the world or swim around in the depths of the concept layer of the rules. These two things were now, well, protected by the world itself. If they wanted to crack it, it would inevitably cause a huge commotion. So these two methods would not work. They could only use the stupidest method to do it. As for how these books came about, it was all thanks to the little girl who had stayed up with them all night until she finally could not take it anymore and fell asleep on the table. It was very easy for the little princess of the ice domain to come into contact with this kind of information. But Yuan Nuashing was slightly surprised that she had been collecting this information from the beginning. The little girl herself was also very interested in the origin relic. Otherwise, she would not have collected such detailed, outdated information in this ancient map. When he thought of the little girl holding his crystallized right hand and looking at it nonstop yesterday, there seemed to be some kind of secret, as if there was some kind of reason for her expression. He was a little curious as for why Ji Shuyan would share all the information that she had painstakingly collected. It was indeed part of their reason. He only said that they were collecting these things all over the world. As for Ji Shuiyan's own reasons, he was still unclear. There was something that was hard to say. He could see this, so he didn't say anything. If Ji Shuiyan needed anything in the future, he would help her. It shouldn't be too difficult. Lord Foam, why don't you go and rest? Jing Yuanji left a mark on the map and saw Yun Nuoxing yawning nonstop. She could not help but walk over and whisper to him, "Ha! Ah!" The yawn stopped abruptly. Yun Nuoxing covered his mouth in a daze. Only then did he realize that he was already feeling a little tired. He was also a little stunned. After staying up for an entire night, he who was at the pinnacle of source power was still exhausted? This can't be, this is impossible. Then his gaze fell on his crystal-clear right hand that was reflecting the light of energy. After a moment of daze, he suddenly realized that the source power was still processing his hand. All the processing power of his body was hanging on his right hand, and it was hanging in the background. So for a while, he did not realize that he was almost dog-tired. Yawn. It's okay. I can still hold on for a while. Yun Nuoxing smiled at Jing Yuanji and continued to organize the massive amount of information that poured into his mind. Yesterday, I glimpsed the vague meaning of the existence of the cloud continent from the traces of this continent. I feel a little uneasy. I can't stop now. I don't want to be in a hurry to deal with trouble when it comes to me. Jing Yuanji was silent for a while after hearing the words. She sat down beside him and continued to organize a lot of information. I really want to poke through the seal of the conceptual layer of the rules with a stick. Hui rolled his eyes and threw a book into Yun Nuoxing's hands. His whole body slumped against the wall. I haven't read for many years. It actually reminds me of sitting in the Guardian Temple and busying myself with stamping. Oh my God, you call that relaxing? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said faintly, "One stamped for a period of time, and the other stamped for a period of time. The information that could be passed to you at that time was some higher-level information. Later, if you hadn't found a way to get I Ching and Qing Jun to help deal with it, you would still be stamping now. Do you believe me?" Hui, who had just slumped against the wall, spat out a mouthful of soul energy and fell to the ground. After getting rid of the last stack of heavy books, Yun Nuoxing and the other three all breathed a long sigh of relief. The 4 girls in his soul also breathed a sigh of relief. So much information was poured into his brain all night, and he was not the only one who felt uncomfortable. Even the 4 of them also suffered. Then this is the result of an entire night's work. The 4 people from Yin Nuo Star sat in front of the table and stared at the map with a serious expression. The ancient map was engraved with hundreds of energy imprints, covering every corner of the cloud continent. When the 4 of them saw it, their faces immediately became serious and a little dark. Not long after, their faces turned completely dark. These hundreds of imprints. Don't tell me that there are hundreds of origin relics. Yun Nuoxing was the first to react. Her face turned green. The result of sorting out the intelligence and information for a night was actually such a terrifying information presented in front of him. Collecting an origin relic already took half of his life. If these hundreds of origin relics were to be smashed one after another, he was afraid that he would die here. Could he give up on this damned mission now? It shouldn't be that bad. Hui shook his head. His eyes swept across the entire map. There can't be so many origin relics. Probably there aren't that many of them. There are so many imprints on the map, and some of them may be traces left behind by the same thing. Because of the passage of time, we can't distinguish the situation among them, so we can only mark them all on the map. Then we have to check them one by one? Min said and looked at Yun Nuoxing. You have the origin energy. Don't you have a unique way to accurately find them? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. As he spoke, he took out the origin relic. The origin relics are in a state of dormancy. They only release a very small amount of energy. In this case, Even if I have the origin energy, I can't accurately find where they are, unless the dormancy is broken. Just like the situation when I dug them out yesterday. I woke them up and they released a huge amount of energy that allowed me to accurately sense their location. Hui thought for a moment and raised his head. How about you try a flood of information? You want to blow the cloud continent into smithereens, right? You really know what you're doing. You want to press the cloud continent into the void, right? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Looking at his awkward and confused face, he helplessly explained. I knew you were going to say this. I've already prepared the answer in advance. The origin energy, including the amount that I can use accurately and reluctantly. There are a total of 69 types, twisting them into a single energy, releasing a shock wave of law energy, turning it into a flood of information that sweeps across the entire cloud continent. All the origin relics related to these 69 types of origin energy will suddenly go berserk, Yun Nuashing said. He gritted his teeth and forced the purple origin energy to squeeze out a little energy from his body and injected it into the white jade sculpture. The purple energy inside the jade sculpture was suddenly stimulated. It bloomed with a light that was 100 times more dazzling than usual. It was as if a moon had descended into the room, dispelling all the darkness. At the same time, an extremely huge amount of energy was released. Hui and the other two's expressions changed. They immediately prepared to defend themselves. Withdraw! Yun Nuashing was just showing off. At this moment, she shouted softly and quickly suppressed the origin energy. The purple light that was still flashing crazily and growing dimmed all of a sudden. The surging energy also gradually weakened, allowing the three of them to breathe a sigh of relief. There's actually such a huge reaction. Huey's expression was solemn. The energy released by using the information torrent to sweep across the entire cloud continent was countless times greater than the energy released by Yunua planet. Just a little bit of origin energy was enough to cause such a reaction in the origin relic. When the information torrent swept across, it was likely that the origin relic of the entire cloud continent would go berserk. When that time came, the origin energy and the origin law would explode together, causing the non-order energy at the bottom to move. An endless violent war between order and chaos would break out in minutes. The cloud continent would no longer be needed. They would still have to repair it for others next year. Yun Nuashing put away the jade sculpture and looked back at the little girl who was still sleeping soundly. She then turned back and said, I still haven't figured out the reason and meaning of these origin relics' existence, but they will have a huge reaction to the same origin energy as them. It can even be said that they are rioting. Their reaction to the origin energy. How should I put it? It's not the kind of desire that lacks energy. The origin relic does not lack energy. It's more like the energy they encounter is the origin energy, so they will have some kind of special reaction. It's just like when the two of us activated the pillar of creation. So, we've come back to the question, what did the heavenly god of origin and the others set up in this world? They used a large number of primordial relics to do something important. By the way, how far have you analyzed that primordial relic? Ugh, I've asked for nothing. Hui smiled bitterly and slapped himself. He was asking the obvious. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. He had just used his energy to stimulate the origin relic, and there was such a big reaction. How would he dare to use more energy to analyze it? Not using the origin energy would not cause the origin relic to change. Ordinary energy could not affect them, but using the origin energy, the reaction looked like it was about to explode. Jing Yuanji picked up the ancient map of the cloud continent and looked at it for a while. So, we can only confirm it one by one. Yes, before the information is updated. Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. It was a tough job. They were now picking up keys all over the world. After picking up the keys, they still had to open the door and then touch something that might be very dangerous. Just picking up the key was enough to kill them. God knows if there would be worse things later. The map has been sent to everyone. Hui gave the map to Xing, LV, and the others who were causing trouble all over the Cloud Continent through the Soul Seed while the two were talking. He asked them to look for the place where the energy marks were while they were tearing down the king's palaces, subhalls, and energy wells. The best-case scenario is that every energy mark has an origin relic. The worst-case scenario, because of the time limit, this information is fake for the time being. They are all no longer in the same place. Hui said. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched when she heard that. She shook her head and said, "No, it's all bad news for me." The three of them could not help but smile bitterly when they heard that. It was bad news even if they found it, because they would have to risk their lives. If they could not find it, then they would have wasted a night of information. This news was not worse than the former, but it was still uncomfortable. The four of them were silent for a while around the table. Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief, took the map, rolled it up casually, and threw it into the pendant. Speaking of this map, he remembered another thing. When he mentioned this, he thought of Xing, LV. Now, let's hand it over to Xing, LV, and the others first. We don't need to confirm it all night, and we don't need to search all over the world to look for another origin relic. Maybe we can find something better. His cheeks twitched after he said that. Or rather, I hope the situation can be better. Hui looked at his arm that was reflecting the light of the energy crystal. His expression was slightly heavy. The crystal in your hand is still there. Don't you need to solve this part first? The crystallization is just because the energy of the origin is too strong. I'm constantly pressing it into the origin mark, but I can't rush it. But it won't have much of an impact. Yun Nuoxing looked at his arm and shook it up and down. Suddenly he teased himself. I wonder how much it would be worth if I broke it and sold it. Hui and the others were speechless. Judging from this joke, this guy's heart was so tense that it had become a thin line. It was the kind that would break and go crazy at any time. Let's go. We'll go to the ice region and take a look. They seem to have prepared the teleportation items. We shouldn't need to waste time on the road. Yun Nuoxing carried Ji Shuyan on his back and tied her hair. Then he let out a sigh and led Hui and the others out of the guest room and into the courtyard. The white-robed young man had gotten up early in the morning and was preparing for the return journey. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. His gaze suddenly flickered. When he saw Yun Nuoxing and the others coming out of the room, he couldn't help but smile. However, when he saw the little girl sleeping on his back, his smiling face suddenly stiffened. Last night, I talked to her about the ancient relics. Seeing that she was talking happily, I didn't interrupt her. Unknowingly, the sun had risen. Yun Nuoxing explained before the white-robed young man's expression changed. Seeing that the white-robed young man's expression had eased, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he continued, seeing that she was very curious about the ancient relics, but not like the curiosity of ordinary people. Do you know anything? Yen is still very concerned about the ancient relics. Even now, she's still looking for it. It's been years. After listening to Yun Nuoxing's simple explanation of what happened last night, the white-robed young man couldn't help but sigh. His expression was a little helpless. However, he just shook his head and didn't say anything. It seemed like he didn't want to talk about it. Yun Nuoxing and the others saw this and didn't ask anything. They simply changed the topic. I don't care too much about your family matters. I've already received the reward that the little girl promised me. Now it's our turn. Hearing this, the white-robed young man's expression froze. He looked at Yun Nuoxing for a long time. He stared at the pair of black eyes for a long time, but couldn't see anything. Then he nodded. It's my duty. I've also reported to them last night. If you don't have any other urgent matters, shall we go now? Let's go. Yun Nuoxing shrugged her shoulders. The white-robed young man nodded and called in the direction of the hall. The little girl, her second brother, and the other three quickly brought people out from inside. They glanced at their little sister, who was sleeping behind Yun Nuoxing. Then they looked at the four people with a strange gaze. After a long time, they withdrew their gazes and communicated with their eyes. The white-robed young man set up the talisman array used for teleportation in the courtyard. The style and energy circulation were different from the array that Yun Nuashing and the others knew. Just the weave and structure alone were very different. However, the energy that was used to circulate was still the power of space. This was the only energy that seemed to be required by a teleportation array. Stand properly. Don't use any energy during the teleportation process. This time, the distance is a little far. The weak energy disturbance may cause the destination to be far away. The white-robed young man reminded them. Then he clapped his hands together and formed a hand seal. The blue talisman paper placed in the four corners of the talisman array suddenly ignited with flames. After a burst of crackling sounds, the talisman paper burned out. The talisman array under their feet also emitted a burst of light. The surging power of space wrapped the group of people in it. Then they disappeared in an instant. The ice domain was located in the extreme north of the cold winter land. It was also the northernmost place of the cloud continent. However, the original name of this land wasn't Cold Winter Land. No one remembered its original name. Now it was only called the Cold Winter Land because the ice domain guarded this place. In the place that was covered with ice and snow all year round, there were many ice and snow mountains that pierced through the clouds. Looking down at this ice domain from above, it was like looking at a sword tomb made of ice. In the center of the ice domain, where the largest ice sword was located, was the door to the ice domain. Phew, this door is really grand. A group of people appeared on the ice domain along with a flow of silver-blue spatial energy. Yun Nuashing looked over and saw the huge mountain peak that was like the king of 10,000 swords. At a glance, she saw the purpose of its existence. It was a door that stood in the middle of the ice domain. It was the door that led to the most magnificent and most sacred place recognized by everyone in the cloud continent. Although its appearance was a huge blue-black mountain peak that stood on the ground and pointed to the sky, it was a bit unsightly. Even the ice and snow couldn't leave many marks on it. Seeing the strange expressions of the white-robed young man and others, we hurriedly covered Yun Nuashing's mouth and said in her soul, "Foam, if your mouth is itchy and your eyes can't control it, just say it in your soul. Don't say it in front of others." Yun Nuashing scratched her head awkwardly. "I'm used to it." The white-robed young man, who originally wanted to open his mouth and say a few words, instantly felt that there was nothing to introduce after hearing Yun Nuashing's words. She had already seen the door and found the place. It was impossible for him to point at the door and make up some tricks. Anyway, the four of them weren't ordinary guests. They weren't here for sightseeing. Thinking of this, he relaxed a lot. He led the group to the front of the largest ice mountain and took out a jade pendant. He pressed the jade pendant on the mountain peak in front of them. A strange energy wave spread out. The space at the bottom suddenly distorted, slightly. Slowly, a huge twisting vortex appeared. Then, an open passage appeared in front of them. They could see some mirrored scenes and buildings behind the door. "Everyone, please." The white-robed young man smiled at Yun Nuashing and others. Then he took the lead and walked into the teleportation space. The collision made the space door ripple, and then it disappeared. Yun Nuashing and others didn't care and followed him into the teleportation space. As a burst of light bloomed, they couldn't help but squint their eyes. After a little adapting to the strong sunlight, they slowly opened their eyes. Then they couldn't help but say, "Oh!" What appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and others was still a world made of ice and snow. The bright sunlight hung on the horizon. It didn't feel like winter at all. What they saw in front of them was a palace and buildings hidden in the ice and snow. It was self-contained with the surrounding environment. In a farther place, there was a towering ice mountain. Extremely long ice and snow stairs surrounded the ice mountain all the way to the top. At the top of the ice mountain, there was a magnificent temple made of energy. Under the scorching sun, it revealed an endless feeling of laziness. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He was sure that he didn't feel wrong. The magnificent temple was filled with some kind of popular psychic power. It seemed to be some kind of spiritual sustenance. It was still a distance away from faith. It should be very sacred, very majestic and grand, but he could only feel a sense of laziness from it. And this wasn't just his feeling. Looking at Hui and other strange expressions, he could tell that they definitely felt the same way. Seeing Yun Nuashing and other strange expressions, the white-robed young man laughed dryly and scratched his head. It wasn't just them. When the others entered and saw the magnificent temple for the first time, they also had the same expression. Fourth brother's dignity has been swept away once again. The white-robed young man sighed and shook his head. That's not right. He doesn't seem to have any dignity. Chapter 1601. The space in front of them was only a part of the vast and boundless world of ice and snow. It was just a facade. The lines of the space continued to stretch out into the distance. Their existence revealed the size of this space from the side. It was definitely not as small as it appeared at this moment. On the snowy mountain, under the scorching sun, the spectacular temple with a special symbolic meaning gave off a strange feeling of laziness. Although it exuded some majesty, there was no way to offset the strange feeling. It was also because of the strange atmosphere that Yun Nuashing felt a warm sense of belonging that belonged to the people around him. It was a feeling that overflowed from the bottom of his heart. When he saw the temple, he felt like a wanderer who had wandered out for countless years had returned home. Although it was a little strange, this was something made by someone else, so Yun Nuashing couldn't say anything. She tried her best to suppress her mouth, full of complaints, into her stomach. Her pretty face was red from holding it in, and she pretended that nothing had happened. Under the endless blue sky, clouds hovered in the same place for a long time. They did not dance with the breeze. They hung in the sky like a sticker, casting a permanent shadow on the snowy land below. The cold wind blew past Yun Nuashing and the others who were standing on the ice mountain for a long time. The few of them who had been standing in the same place for a long time came back to their senses. Although it is also a self-contained space, this space is not rooted in the real world. It is more like it has been teleported to a different space through the gate. I am afraid it will be quite difficult to find its original body in the real world. Yun Nuashing could not help but look at the self-contained space out of habit. He then said to Hui and the others in his soul. However, the degree of spatial compression, energy, and the reconstruction and circulation of the power of laws are not particularly advanced. Although the circulating energy is several times stronger than the outside world, according to the situation of this space itself, it should be far from the upper limit. By the way, the defensive measures of this space were quite good. There were many defensive things surging with a huge amount of energy, such as the formation buried underground, some high-energy reactions in some buildings, and some hidden in the space. Wait a minute, such a grand array. Why did it feel like they were prepared to deal with them? Even if they were vigilant against uninvited guests, they did not have to be so vigilant, right? While Yun Nuashing was looking at the space with a high standard, Hui was looking at the world with a normal gaze. They were standing on an ice peak that was dozens of meters high. Behind them was a teleportation gate that did not have any energy, so it did not move. They appeared at the edge of the ice peak. Standing there, looking down, they could see the whole world of ice and snow. In the distance, there were rows of glaciers and ice peaks, like layers of barriers protecting the snowy plains below. Halls and tall buildings were scattered all over the snowy plains, like small mountain villages in a world of ice and snow, all gathered together to form a small town. They could see many figures coming and going on the snowy plains. Many powerful auras could be felt from some distant glaciers and ice peaks. There were strong people lurking in the dark and at the same time observing them. Obscure gazes were cast on them from all directions. We glanced at the white-robed young man. He probably attracted a lot of attention when he sent the news back last night. Dealing with ancient relics was a big deal even for the ice region, so it was reasonable that so many people would pay attention to it. He patted his face and thought that there should be no problem. Before going to Yangtian City, he deliberately changed his appearance. There should not be any life on the cloud continent that could see through his real face. Please follow me. After occupying the teleportation point of the ice peak for a while, the white-robed young man smiled faintly and took the lead to fly out of here. Yun Nuashing also withdrew his strange gaze and looked at Hui and the other two. They all followed unhurriedly. There was some kind of pressure entrenched in the space. Yun Nuashing was familiar with these gazes. They were sizing her up, but there was no hostility so far. However, most of these gazes fell on her, probably because she was carrying Ji Shuiyan on her back. In the hidden space, there seemed to be a spiritual communication going on in the dark, talking about something. The temple in the ice region looked very close, but as Yun Nuashing said at the beginning, this space was not as small as it looked. As they kept moving forward, the space was also extending and expanding little by little. The main body of the temple should be in a deeper part of the ice region. The snowfield, ice field, and glaciers were not as small as they looked. Oh, we're home! When Yun Nuashing was quietly looking at this space, the little girl lying on her back suddenly woke up. She looked around in a daze and recognized the familiar scene. She could not help but murmur, "We just went out for a short time and we're back again. Next time, we have to go out for a longer time." The group of people could not help but smile bitterly when they heard the little girl's words. The white-robed young man's body swayed a few times, and he almost fell from the sky. He looked depressed and speechless. Every time the little girl ran away, he was the one who went to find her. The two of them played hide-and-seek on the entire cloud continent and ran everywhere. It was not easy for him to catch this playful little girl. If he did not meet these 4 people this time, he might have to wander outside for a while before he could find the little girl's trace. Thinking of this, the white-robed young man could not help but look at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing also looked back at them. Her eyes said, "It doesn't feel good to be led by the nose by a little girl running around the world." The two looked at each other, sighed, and shook their heads together. About 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing and the others landed in front of the shrine. The white-robed young man was about to say something when Ji Shuiyan jumped and pulled Yun Nuashing forward. "Oh, second uncle, it's too troublesome to be so polite. I'll take them directly to father." The white-robed young man was speechless. While he was stunned, the little girl ran away with the 4 people. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was really the little girl led Yun Nuashing and the others as they ran quickly through the temple. In an instant, they passed through the front hall and arrived at the backyard. Behind the temple was a forest covered in ice and snow. Moreover, these unknown trees all had a sharp aura. At first glance, it was as if they had seen the ice sword tomb at the entrance of the ice domain. However, it was a version that was 100 times smaller. Walking into the ice forest, the little girl's footsteps slowed down a lot. Yun Nuashing continued to let his spirit wander in the void subconsciously, spreading out in all directions at will. After a while, the spirit that spread out stopped spreading and all extended forward. After passing through the ice forest and arriving at the edge of the ice mountain, there was a figure standing there with his hands behind his back, slightly tilting his head to look at the sun. The pinnacle of origin. Yun Nuashing whispered in her soul and narrowed her eyes slightly. This was the first pinnacle of origin that she had seen since she came to the cloud continent. Just from her senses alone, she could tell that this guy was a little special. If Jing Yuanji and Min wanted to deal with him, they might have a hard time. However, compared to the 2 of them, there was still a big gap. This was the first time she had seen such a situation after wandering in the void for so many years. Even the distorted clan did not have such a special model. While Yun Nuashing was sizing up the other party, the figure standing at the edge of the ice mountain suddenly paused as if he had sensed something. The breeze that was swirling around his body quietly stopped. He slowly turned around, and his gaze met Yun Nuashing's across the ice forest. Just like how Yun Nuashing was sizing him up and felt a little surprised. When he met Yun Nuashing's gaze, he also felt a little surprised. Even though he quickly regained his composure, that shock was still caught by Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and simply greeted him first. Yo. Beside him, Hui, Jing Yuanji, and the others all covered their faces and sighed. This guy's way of greeting had not changed at all. Was it really necessary to start greeting from a few hundred meters away? Seeing Yun Nuashing raise her hand to greet him, the other party was also stunned for a moment. He smiled faintly, turned around, and walked a few steps to the side. Yun Nuashing understood. She waved her hand and led the others to the edge of the ice mountain in a flash, facing him directly. The appearance of the person in front of them looked to be only 23 or 24 years old. Of course, this appearance usually could not be used to measure one's real age. He was tall and had a faint smile on his handsome face. His shoulder-length black hair swayed gently with the breeze. He wore a casual and loose robe like an ordinary young man. Perhaps it was because of his own energy or because he had been in contact with this environment for a long time. His deep black eyes glowed with a faint blue light. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom of it. If one looked carefully, they would find that the little girl and him had some similarities. The little girl, who originally had her own plans, was about to do something. However, when he suddenly appeared here, she was stunned for a moment. She was a little depressed as she patted Yun Nuashing's waist. Then, she turned around and looked up at the smiling young man in front of her. She said, "Stupid dad, I'm back." Yun Nuashing and the others. This tone was really, "TSK, forget it." Anyway, it was someone else's business. They could not say anything. The young man's face also stiffened. He shook his head, helplessly, and squatted down to pat the little girl's head. He said dotingly, "Yen, you're being naughty again." "Humph, you don't have time to accompany me anyway. It's not like the house is closed. I just went out for a few rounds." The little girl pouted with her cheeks puffed up. It looked like a little girl complaining about her father who was busy with his career and had no time to care about his family. Oh, this was a little girl. When she complained, her pretty face turned red. It made Yun Nuashing feel that she was just a little girl who was being ignored at home and was trying her best to get people to pay attention to her. She was just acting coquettishly to her father. Oh, he was already familiar with this feeling. After all, he had taken care of her before. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to talk about it. If I continue, I feel like I'm going to split open. He originally wanted to have a good chat with his daughter. However, there were outsiders present. The young man did not want to delay for too long. He patted his little daughter's head and stood up to look at Yun Nuashing and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "Second brother has already told me the details. You're here to help seal the ancient relic, right?" "Oh, that's right. However, there are still some small differences. Do you need to hold a large meeting and then a small meeting to discuss with the people in the clan?" Hui said casually, "Although the ancient relic is not something useful, it's still a matter of great importance. Originally, it should be like this. However, you are people brought back by Yinner. Naturally, you don't need to go through those complicated steps. Although this little girl is naughty, she has her own standards and guidelines. You can rest assured." The young man smiled. His gaze faintly swept towards Yun Nuashing. He kept feeling that there was something out of place about this person. "I wonder what method the few of you plan to use to seal the ancient artifact. Cough, cough. There are some things that I have to say first." Yun Nuashing coughed softly and lowered her head to look at Ji Shuiyin. Seeing that she nodded solemnly and cast a firm and trusting gaze at him, she said, "I have a way to solve the ancient relic. However, it's not a seal. However, the result will be the same. That is, the ancient relic will no longer have any influence on you. Yun Nuashing stammered and swallowed the second half of her sentence. Because all the influence will be transferred to me. Naturally, it won't have any influence on you. The young man's eyes flickered. Suddenly he said, in other words, you can take the ancient relic away and seal it again. Remove all future troubles forever. Hui nodded. This seems a little incomprehensible. The young man frowned slightly. Looking at Yun Nuashing and the others, he did not seem to be joking. Perhaps you have come into contact with other ancient relic. However, the ancient relic that we're sealing is different from others. Using the power of heaven and earth, we can seal it in one place forever. After that, there's no way to move it again. That will break the power of heaven and earth and the power of rules that are being applied to the ancient relic to seal it. You don't have to worry about this. You'll know when you see it. Hui waved his hand and grinned. Suddenly, he pulled Yun Nuashing's right hand and rolled up his sleeve to show the crystallized arm to the young man. The latter's expression changed slightly. Contaminated by the energy of the ancient relic. No, this is the ancient relic is sealed in your body? Is this the method that you're talking about? It's so convenient to talk to smart people. Hui smiled and nodded. When he saw the young man's expression that was as deep as a stagnant pool, he waved his hand and explained, Hey, don't think of us as some strange, evil people. Indeed, just letting you see this scene may make you think of something bad. However, this is not a fearless sacrifice. We won't sacrifice anything. It's just a small sequela. You'll recover after a period of time. It can be as short as a few days, or as long as a few years. There are some limitations. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. Hearing this, the young man reluctantly accepted this explanation. That's good. Although the sealing of the ancient relic is the most important thing, I don't want to put anyone's life in it. Since you have a way to deal with it, I won't say anything more. Come with me. The young man waved his hand and carried the little girl who was still mumbling with her head lowered. He led the way and went deeper into the space. Yun Nuashing glanced at the deep space, nodded, and followed the young man. Do you know anything about the ancient relics? The ancient relics that were sealed by us or located all over the cloud continent. The young man suddenly said, What we're looking for is the truth of this matter. These ancient relics are not randomly placed on the continent. Hui shrugged. However, to be honest, we haven't found anything. It's a piece of dusty ancient history that is difficult to touch. Even if we want to blow away the layer of dust on the surface, it's very difficult. The exploration of history and ancient relics has actually been going on for countless years. Such things have been happening since ancient times. However, after a long time of hard work, we've only found a way to suppress the rioting ancient relics. The young man took a deep breath and talked with Yun Nuashing and the others. Going back in time, hundreds of millions of years or even longer, it's hard to say who was the first person who tried to get something from the ancient relics. Perhaps it was an instinctive desire for power, or perhaps it was greed. He or they reached out their hands to the ancient relics that were floating all over the cloud continent and even the lower continent, trying to control them, trying to get some lost power through them. To the life on this continent, the ancient relics are equivalent to another lost piece of history that no one knows. That's why there's a lost power. We thought of a direction from these few words. That's true. These pieces of history are buried very deep. Basically, no one knows about it. However, this matter was courting death from the beginning. In that long time, the ancient relics were not as crazy as they are now. They were uncontrollable, sensitive, flammable, and explosive. In that period, the ancient relics were like some kind of decoration that was integrated with the cloud continent itself. They quietly existed in the place where they should exist until they were touched. At first, those who wanted to get power through the ancient relics did get their wish and got a part of the powerful energy. That kind of power was enough to make them stand above everyone at that time. Min noticed that there was something wrong with his tone. Moreover, according to the development of this kind of plot and her understanding of the origin of this mess when she followed Yun Nuashing around, she made a bold guess. After that, the ancient relics went out of control and became what they are now. That's what it became many years later, but it's about the same. The young man nodded and looked at the place where there was a flickering light in the depths of the ice domain. He said, "At first, it did let them get a lot of power, but later, the ancient relics that they controlled suddenly went out of control. At the same time, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. I didn't dig up the details of what happened exactly. I only know that it was a very rapid collapse. That powerful force completely became an object that only existed in the history books overnight. As for what happened at that time, it was completely unclear. There were many speculations later, but none of them seemed to be reliable. Therefore, this part was not recorded in the ancient books." Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. The origin relic went out of control and exploded. If that was really the case, it should have turned the entire cloud continent into dust and become a land of death. But at that time, the loss of control only caused the rapid destruction of a behemoth. Where did the excess energy go? It couldn't be that it was held back by itself, right? I don't understand. If there are remnants of the scene left behind, I might be able to understand something. In the history that I've been looking for, this was at the very beginning. I also saw some clues in the later events. It seems that this was the beginning of this matter. In the later history, there were many incidents where the ancient relics went out of control. Hui pondered for a while and snapped his fingers. Everyone in that period was messing with the ancient relics, so they all went out of control at the same time. The young man shook his head. The loss of control and collapse of the ancient relics did not happen at the same time. It was something that happened frequently over a long period of time. It continued until recent years, about 70 to 80 million years ago. Everything calmed down and no longer went out of control. But if someone touched it, there would still be a very big movement. The ancient relics that were suppressed in the hands of others at this moment were the results of careful research on the ancient relics in these tens of millions of years. But even so, only a very small part of the ancient relics could be successfully suppressed and sealed. More of them are still lurking in every corner of the cloud continent. The origin of chaos has also left a heavy mark on this place. Yun Nuashing muttered in his soul. The origin of chaos is indeed worthy of its reputation. Min nodded in agreement. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, Hui suddenly shivered and revealed a bright smile. He patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Hey, don't worry. We're here to deal with this matter." "It's easy for you to say that." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely. "It's not your life that we're playing with. Don't you feel any pressure?" No. I also feel a lot of pressure. If you go up and cause trouble, I have to help you deal with the aftermath, including taking care of your daily life in the future." Yun Nuashing was speechless. This guy is cursing me, I'm sure. The last few sentences were said in his soul. The young man did not hear it. He only heard Huey's bright laughter. After that, he could not help but laugh. "I didn't expect that there would be such selfless people like you in this world." "Well, cough, cough. You can just take it that way." Rao Hui could not help but blush. They had a certain purpose. However, it was harmless to the Union continent. Now that they were going to subdue the origin of chaos that had gone out of control, it was indeed a big matter for the Union continent to get rid of harm. It was just that it would hurt someone's body. Don't feel embarrassed. It's easy for you to say this, but after all, it's an ancient relic that left behind a cruel disaster in the long river of time. It's definitely not as easy to deal with it as you think. Outsiders might just be watching the show, but I've studied the history of that period in depth. I know more than anyone else. Those who dare to face the ancient relic are very brave and fearless people. At least, I'm not at that level yet. The young man smiled silently. He tilted his head and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. He slowly said, "My name is Jihan Shao. If you need any help, just let me know. At least when dealing with the ancient relic that we're in charge of, we'll spare no effort to help." Hui smiled when he heard that. This is a serious matter. Naturally, we won't be careless. If there's anything we need help with, we'll definitely not be courteous. Chapter 1602. The deepest part of the ice region was also the place where 80% of the energy in this space gathered. Countless energy flows floated from anywhere in this space and gathered here, turning into a vast and majestic scene, a whirlpool covered in ice and snow, a world-shaking snowstorm. However, it was different from ordinary snowstorms or tornadoes. When such scenes appeared, the sky was usually dark and the sun and moon could not be seen. The man-made energy snowstorm in front of them was formed under the scorching sun. There were no extra dark clouds, only a pillar formed by the snowstorm that supported the heavens and the earth. It was a storm that was localized to a precise radius of 100 miles. Using the power of the rules of the entire space and letting all the energy flow through here to form an ice storm is considered a good method to suppress an ancient relic. Hui and the rest stood outside the storm and looked at the huge storm pillar that was formed by ice and snow. They could not help but smack their lips. However, whether the method is good or not is one thing, whether it works or not is another. At this level, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Oh, the energy has already weakened to this extent. Jihan Shao shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand, and the energy in the entire space moved according to his will, continuously strengthening the power of the ice storm. Previously, the power of the storm was far beyond the range of 100 miles. The speed of the energy weakening is beyond my imagination. I'm afraid the loosening of the ancient relic's seal has accelerated. Yun Nuashing's gaze landed on the snowfield below, thousands of miles away from the ice storm. There were still obvious traces of the wind and clouds. Furthermore, the traces were relatively recent and could not have been left for a long time. They might have been left behind within 100 days. In other words, this part of the ice storm had weakened by more than 100 times within 100 days. Based on the current situation of the ancient relic through the ice storm, it was already on the verge of breaking free. In less than 100 days, the seal will be completely removed. At that time, all the arrangements and energy you left here will become a path for its energy to spread. The ice region might shatter in an instant, Yun Nuashing whispered. It's about the same time as what I predicted. Jihan Shao did not find it strange and nodded. Recently, he would come here every day to observe. It could be said that he was watching the ancient relic unseal itself bit by bit. The ancient relic can't be sealed forever. The ancient relics cannot be sealed forever. Sooner or later, they will come back to life. The only way is... Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled halfway. He really did not want to say the last sentence. The only way is to use the energy of the same origin. That is, to use the origin energy to touch them and let them stabilize again. They will return to their original state when they were placed on the cloud continent. They will return to their original state when they were not touched by greedy people and had not been tampered with. However, these precise steps were not completed by him. They solved it themselves. He was just a catalyst that provided energy. His role was to make the origin relics come back to life. However, he was manually awakening them. The process was gentle and would not make them angry when they woke up. Let's go in and take a look, Hui said to Jihan Shao. The latter nodded and waved his arm that was wrapped in ice and snow in front of them. Their figures flashed and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the center of the storm. Endless wind and snow swept past the ice and snow clouds beside them. It was as if they were watching a mountain rumble past. This scene reminded them of the tribulation cloud storm. Back then, they felt the same when they were in it. However, this ice storm lacked some meaning. It lacked the destruction of rules the tendency of chaos, and the collapse of order. It was not as spectacular. All right, they were not here to look at the scenery. If this ice storm evolved into the tribulation cloud storm, it meant that the origin relic had broken free from all the seals and started to assimilate and erode this energy storm. Inside the storm, at the center of the entire ice storm, where the energy focused, the surrounding scene had already shown abnormal distortions. It was as if the entire space was being crushed and crushed. Everything, rules, and order were all crushed into ashes and then rolled into a storm that gathered at the center of a black hole. The scene of bursting energy and destruction that appeared from time to time in front of them was such a scene. The last time they saw such a fragmented and bizarre phenomenon was in the God Destruction Storm. Yes, it was when they were swept into the storm and blown to death more than 100 times. The gathered storm, the gathered energy, is mixed with the leaked origin energy and origin rules from the origin relic. Because of this, the storm has changed. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered. Her spirit carried a part of the origin energy and carefully touched the storm from a distance. When the first seal was broken, the origin energy might have started to leak. However, it has only evolved to the most serious stage now. With the origin relic as the center, the surrounding 100 meters have been completely replaced by the origin rules. It's already that serious? Hui was a little shocked when he heard this. His eyes flickered a few times. Can you handle it? It's hard to say, but the little girl is right. In this situation, the origin relic is much weaker than the jade statue. The energy output is in a gentle state. Perhaps the situation is not as serious as imagined. Yun Nuashing fell silent as she spoke. Her expression was a little stiff. I guessed. Hui. Can this kind of situation be measured by guessing? Are you being forced to risk your life, or do you enjoy the process of risking your life? The situation might be more serious than imagined. In less than 40 days, your suppression method will completely lose its effect. Yun Nuashing turned to look at Jihan Xiao and said, 40 days. Jihan Xiao was shocked when he heard this. He looked from the outside to the inside. Good heavens, they had been gone for 60 days. If they were closer, would they only have 10 days left? Yun Nuashing nodded. The situation is a little more troublesome than I imagined. Do you have any extraterrestrial black stones? Jihan Xiao was about to take something out when Ji Shuyan beat him to it and took the jade pendant from her waist. Here, there's one inside. Yun Nuashing smiled and patted the little girl's head. She took the jade pendant and looked inside. However, she shook her head and stuffed it back to the little girl. There's nothing that I need. Take a look inside. Jihan Xiao handed over a green bracelet. Looking at Yun Nuashing's contemplative gaze, he said, If there's nothing suitable, it's not too late to look for one now. There's still time anyway, there's no hurry. After checking the space inside the bracelet, Yun Nuashing sighed softly and shook her head. Do you have any white extraterrestrial black stones? Jihan Xiao was slightly taken aback and fell into deep thought. This really hasn't. Currently, we haven't found a fixed location for the chaotic outer space stone. Furthermore, 5 to 6 pieces of chaotic outer space stones have appeared on the cloud continent before, but they didn't receive much attention because they didn't have much use. Therefore, although this thing is very rare, it's not worth much. No one is willing to know too much about this thing, but it has a miraculous effect when used in a remote area to cheat people. It's a good idea to use it in a remote place. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Why are you so familiar with it? This, cough cough. Do we need the help of a chaotic extraterrestrial black stone to suppress an ancient relic? Jihan Xiao coughed dryly and changed the topic without blushing or skipping a beat. Yun Nuashing looked at him strangely and nodded. If the energy contained in the extraterrestrial black stone is the same, it can indeed be used to help. Then I'll. Jihan Xiao was about to turn around and do something, but Yun Nuashing waved her hand and stopped. She said, It's not a big deal if you don't have it. It's just a little precaution. How about this? use all the arrangements you left here. If you don't use them now, you won't have a chance to use them. Also, the center of gravity of this space. I can feel that the center of gravity of this space is here. You have to move it away now and make sure that all the energy stays here. The more energy, the better. Yun Nuashing paused and muttered in her heart. The main thing is that I'm afraid that the origin energy won't be able to hold on when we run out of energy and will come back to torment me. Instead of letting them torment me, why don't I torment this space? Also, you just have to do your best to maintain the defense outside. Don't come in. If you're affected, you might be in trouble. Ji Hanshao nodded. Seeing that the little girl wanted to go over, he quickly pulled her back. Yen don't go and cause trouble for others. What's going to happen here later isn't a joke. Go back quickly. The little girl snorted and shook her head to shake off his large hand. Her small figure flashed and quickly hid behind Jing Yuanji. She made a face at Ji Hanshao. I'm not going back. I brought Big Brother here. I have to ensure his safety. Everyone. You're just a little girl. When the storm blows later, you'll be gone in the blink of an eye. Ji Hanshao was slightly startled when he heard that. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. Jing Yuanji thought that he was worried about the little girl's safety. So she said, Don't worry. The little girl will be very safe here. Ah. Ji Hanshao's expression stiffened and he scratched his cheek. That's not it. Oh, it's nothing. Don't mind it. If you want to stay here, just watch obediently. Don't cause any trouble for them. The last sentence was directed at a certain little girl whose face was filled with unhappiness and could not be coaxed. Ji Shuyan wrinkled her nose and waved her hand nonchalantly. Humph, what trouble can I cause? Stupid father, you should leave. Pft. Yun Nuashing hurriedly covered his mouth, but half of his laughter still leaked out, allowing everyone here to hear it. Ji Hanshao looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and retreated while sighing. This little girl is getting more rebellious as she grows older. After Ji Hanshao left, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She let out a low groan and released all the suppression in her body. A gust of green energy burst out from her body, like a hurricane, and formed another huge storm inside the ice storm. It almost collided with the ice storm's wall. Seeing that Yun Nuashing had made his move, Hui and his men retreated a distance and set up the divine barrier. Just in case, they even took out the guardian's shield. He saw that Yun Nuashing was surrounded by a green storm, and even his eyes were dyed with a rich green color. He couldn't help but say, Why does it look like the origin energy's movement is bigger this time? It's probably because Sir Feng has been suppressing it just now. Jing Yuanji stared at Yun Nuashing nervously and said, when he saw this ice storm, Sir Feng had already started suppressing his energy. It's probably because the origin energy has been restless since then. The three of them looked at each other and started to use their own energy to set up their surroundings in tacit understanding. Min suppressed the turbulence in the void. Jing Yuanji maintained the stability of the space, and Hui, he was a meat shield. Just in case, he was also prepared to take a beating for Yun Nuashing. When the green storm formed, the origin relic that was suppressed by the ice storm suddenly moved. The core that was covered by a ball of ice and snow showed signs of melting. It floated under the tearing force of the two storms, like a lonely island reef in the storm waves, swaying as the waves and wind hit its body. Whoosh! Just rush over and catch it. Didn't we do the same thing yesterday? In the spiritual world, Little Angel and the others who were already prepared to resist the typhoon were now nestled in the mansion in the center of the spiritual world to set up a defense. Yuan Kong could not help but mutter when he saw Yun Nuashing ready for battle. How can it be that simple? Yun Nuashing replied with a wry smile. The origin energy that I encountered this time is also something that I can't control. According to probability, the origin relic that I encountered on the cloud continent has a 50% chance of having the origin energy that I can't control. Ahem, let's not talk about it for now. Anyway, I'm going to start. You guys be careful. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and rushed toward the core of the ice storm that was covered by ice and snow. As he suddenly approached, the latter suddenly shook violently in the ice. Cracks bloomed on the ice, and green energy burst out from the cracks. A vast and terrifying energy that seemed to have accumulated for countless days was also surging inside, making Huey's heart tremble. He had a bad feeling. Not good. This movement, this energy, I'm afraid it's going to. Boom! As if the air suddenly exploded, a green energy hurricane suddenly burst out from the core of the ice storm. In an instant, it occupied the entire space inside the ice storm. The ice storm that was hovering in the surrounding 100 miles was suddenly dyed green by the green hurricane. At the same time, the color of this energy was reflected in the entire world through the ice crystals. The entire ice storm suddenly shattered, and the hurricane that was like a wild beast crawling out from the ground instantly replaced the ice storm's position. In just a few breaths, it expanded to an enormous scale of 1,000,000 miles. Then, a green energy beam burst out from the center of the storm and shot up to the sky. Jihan Xiao, who had just finished his task and instructed the others, was about to return to the depths of the ice region to check on the situation when he suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. A terrifying heavenly might accompanied by a low pressure filled every inch of space in the world, causing his expression to change abruptly. This is what the F***CK. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a green hurricane that was wildly expanding. In just a dozen seconds, it had swallowed up the depths of the ice region, expanding to a width of 1,000,000 kilometers. The sky also became abnormally dark in an instant, as if it was the dark sky before a snowstorm. Silhouettes who sensed the abnormal movement suddenly opened their eyes and rushed out from the snow, the residence, and the temple. In a breath's time, they appeared around Jihan Xiao. The white-robed young man was also among them. They all stood around and looked in the direction of the abnormal movement. Then, they collectively inhaled a breath of cold air. "Come down quickly," Jihan Xiao hurriedly shouted. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously obeyed the order. However, they seemed to be a step too late. A terrifying heavenly might suddenly press down from the sky, causing everyone to hold their breaths. The gloomy aura was like a huge beast standing in the sky overlooking the entire world, causing them to be unable to breathe. They hurriedly retreated a distance before they felt better. "Fourth brother, what happened? Are you all right?" The white-robed young man hurriedly came to Ji Hanxiao's side and looked into the depths of the ice region. He suddenly seemed to have understood something. Could it be? "I'm fine. Let's not talk about this first. Quickly get everyone above the origin level to come and support us. Stabilize the ice region," Ji Hanxiao shouted. The white-robed young man nodded solemnly. His wide sleeves swept towards the sky, an array of energy rushed into the sky and suddenly exploded, turning into a huge energy pattern. It was a snowflake pattern formed by a diamond-shaped crystal and a longsword. Everyone in the ice region who saw this pattern was stunned. More figures rushed out from other parts of the ice region. Their bodies were surrounded by rolling auras. They seemed to have been in closed-door cultivation previously. At this moment, they responded to the call and quickly came to Jihan Xiao and his brother's side. Then, like the first batch of people who came, they all gasped when they saw the hurricane and their teeth almost fell out. "Region leader, what happened?" "The depths of the ice region. This energy, this movement. TSK, could it be an ancient relic? But didn't they say there were still 100 days? Jihan Xiao waved his hand fiercely. "I'll tell you about this after this. Right now, follow me to protect the ice region with all our might. Don't fight the hurricane head-on. As long as it was stable, it would be fine. If it continues to expand, we'll retreat." Yes. Following Jihan Xiao's shout, thousands of energy rays burst out from all corners of the world. They merged into an invisible energy in the sky and entered the space. Then, like energy veins, they spread to every corner of the space and turned into ripples that dissipated. They quickly stabilized the turbulent ice region and formed an even bigger square barrier around the green hurricane. They did not dare to cover the top, as that was equivalent to fighting the hurricane head-on. If they fought head-on, they might be instantly pressed into the void and ravaged. As thousands of strong people exerted their full strength, this space was completely isolated. The violent energy that was pressing down on them was also isolated in the square ice region. The turbulent ice region calmed down, and the wind stopped. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Just as they were about to ask Jihan Xiao why this happened, the latter, who had been staring at the barrier, suddenly had a change in expression. He widened his eyes. The ice barrier in front of him suddenly released a ray of green light, causing his face to turn pale. Crack! The sound of something breaking was exceptionally crisp. A crack that was 10,000 feet long and 10 feet wide suddenly appeared on the barrier. The green hurricane seemed to have been accumulating for tens of thousands of years and was fighting to be the first to come out of the crack. A gust of wind blew everyone back a few meters, and their faces turned pale. IF*CK? Jihan Xiao shouted, just as he was about to continue strengthening the defense. The space barrier trembled violently. A monstrous and irresistible energy burst out of the sealed space. The 4 energy barriers instantly shattered, and the entire ice region rumbled and shook. The green hurricane swept across thousands of miles. The energy light pillar was like a ray of light that caused the entire ice region to lose its color. Only the green light illuminated this space. It was exactly the same as what they saw at the Sovereign King's palace. Everyone step back. Work together and form a large array. Sacrifice all the talismans to me. Just protect the main space of the ice region. Release the other spaces. Huh. Jihan Xiao shouted and gave the order. Then suddenly the entire world cleared up. The wind stopped and the snow stopped. The sun shone brightly. There was no longer any green hurricane. Everyone. Chapter 1603. It was as if time had stopped in an instant and became blank for a period of time. It was also as if the scene had been eaten by something, or perhaps it was simply an illusion. In short, the moment they came to their senses, it was a sunny day. The white snow had covered the mountains with a white furry hat. The sun was shining down from the sky. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. If it wasn't for the large traces left behind by something on the ground, Jihan Xiao and the rest would have really treated the storm as an illusion. Now, the entire space was quiet, and the occasional breeze made everyone's hearts tremble slightly. Second brother, bring some people to check the situation in the ice domain. Jihan Xiao, who had recovered after a while, immediately ordered the white-robed youth, I'll go take a look. The white-robed youth nodded and turned around to bring some people back to the front of the ice domain. The rest of the people followed the order and spread out to every corner of the space to check the situation. Jihan Xiao waited for a while at the same spot before heading towards the depths. Rumble, the air was still reverberating with the dull sound of the energy that was so dense that it could almost materialize and collide with the air. The green energy remained in some spaces, and from time to time, it would condense the surrounding energy to form a weak whirlwind. It would circle around a few meters before quietly disappearing. The origin energy could not be dispersed in the void. It could only spread between heaven and earth as much as possible and let the pure energy slowly assimilate it and dissipate it. All the strange phenomena that appeared in this space with a large amount of origin energy left behind were caused by this process. If one did not come into contact with it, they could treat it as energy fireworks and watch it. However, whether one was in the mood to watch it was another matter. In the center of the remaining whirlwinds that were more than 100 feet tall, a thin layer of golden energy barrier emerged from behind the whirlwinds. Hui carefully poked his head out from behind the shield that was the size of a city gate and looked outside carefully. Then he turned around and gave a thumbs up to Jing Yuanji and the rest. No problem, everything is calm. When the words fell, Hui also put away the energy barrier and the guardian shield. Jing Yuanji looked at the place where Yun Nuoxing was before the energy explosion. At this time it was wrapped in a dense cyan whirlwind. It was as if the vast energy storm just now had all condensed in that mass. The dense energy turned into a barrier that blocked their vision. Feng is fine. There's nothing wrong with him. He can feel that everything is normal. Don't worry too much. Hui saw Jing Yuanji's worried look and chuckled. Although he said so, he was the first to fly over. Jing Yuanji and Min looked at the guardian, who hurried over with panic written all over his face. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Whose mouth is more honest between the two of them? By the time Jing Yuanji and Min brought Ji Shuyan to the green wind ball, Hui had already circled around it a few times. He couldn't see through the wind wall. He wanted to use his energy to cut a hole, but when he thought about how he was almost pushed into the void bathhouse by the origin energy, Hui shivered and gave up on welding the detonator. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Phone! Phone! Say something if you have something to do." "What's the matter?" "I'm busy." Almost in the next second, a response came from their souls. It sounded quite energetic, which made Hui and the others breathe a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine. This time, you really feel fine." Hui breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said bluntly, "Phew, I just want to see if you're dead. It's good that you're not dead. Why don't you come out?" "Yun Nuoxing." "I'm fine. You can get out now." Okay, I won't bicker with you. I'll come out in a while. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I don't want to bump into you when I'm tormenting this energy." Yun Nuoxing's long sigh echoed in Hui's mind. It was full of helplessness and some hidden bitterness. Hui couldn't help but laugh dryly. As they spoke, there was a surge of energy explosion in the sky. The few of them turned around and saw a figure coming from the sky quickly. When he saw them, he paused for a moment, went around the area with the remaining energy, and landed beside Hui and the others. Jihan Xiao first glanced at the uneasy little girl. When he saw that she was fine, he then looked at Hui. "The commotion just now was really big. I thought the ice region was going to collapse. Is that person okay?" "He's okay, probably." Hui crossed his arms and laughed dryly. "Probably? Phew, he told us he's fine, but there's something wrong with him. He's not on the same level as us. He said he's fine when he was half dead. He said he's fine when he was half dead. He said he's not dead. And when he was about to die, he said, 'Do you believe that I'll press you into the void right now and hang you up to beat you up?'" The green wind ball suddenly exploded, and Yun Nuoxing's anxious voice came from inside. Hui saw that she was angry and quickly shut up. He threw Jihan Xiao a look that said, "See, I was right. He's still energetic." Then he continued to transmit his voice. "However, everything depends on how he looks when he's out. Before you see him, you can't be sure if he's fine or not." Jihan Xiao, okay. Perhaps it was provoked by Hui's words of whether he's dead and whether he's half dead. After a minute, there was a huge movement from the wind ball. It expanded violently and suddenly shrunk until it was only the size of a person. Then, the layers of wind barriers began to dissipate layer by layer, revealing the treasure hidden inside. Hui and the rest went forward to take a look. Then their eyes widened in shock. It was still the same person, but this situation seemed to be more serious than they had imagined. There was a dark green energy crystal that stuck to Yun Nuoxing's right face and pierced towards the back of his head. It was as sharp as a blade and could barely be seen from his collar. The dark green energy crystal spread from the right side of his face to his neck and below. There were even 3 crystals on each of his left and right shoulder blades. They were 1 meter long and were exposed to the air through his robe. They looked like crystal wings. In addition, There were signs of energy surging and flashing inside the crystal. Just from the visual point of view, it was quite beautiful, but when he looked at it from the surface, he was clearly a very normal, great beauty, but in the next second he became like this. Thinking about it, it was a little scary. Hui and the rest were stunned for a while, but they were all people who had seen great storms and waves. They could still adapt to this situation. Instead of being frightened, they were more worried. Jing Yuanji had already gone forward to check on Yun Nuoxing's situation. Ji Shuyan was really frightened. She covered her mouth and suppressed her scream. Hui reached out and touched the wings on Yun Nuoxing's back. Suddenly he burst out laughing. "It's mutated, isn't it?" 2 cross-shaped veins popped out on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. "Oh, my origin has exploded!" While Yun Nuoxing and the rest were fooling around, the little girl was deep in thought. She hurriedly pulled Ji Hanshao to the side and asked in a low voice, "Stupid father, didn't you tell me that this ancient relic doesn't have that much energy? Why is Big Brother's erosion more serious than the one we encountered in Yangtian City?" Ji Hanshao was also a little stunned. That ancient relic had been sealed before him. Logically speaking, he should be the 3rd generation keeper. Logically speaking, it had been sealed for so many years. There should be some weakening of energy. Furthermore, based on the information that was sent back, this ancient relic should not be as powerful as the one that appeared in Yangtian City. However, from the results, the latter crystallized Yun Nuoxing's form, while the one they sealed probably crystallized a quarter of her body. This shouldn't be. Logically speaking, it should be. Before Ji Hanshao could finish speaking, the little girl tugged at his sleeve and shook it hard. She looked as if she was angry. I'm not listening. Isn't this like how I tricked Big Brother to come here and harm him? Stupid father, quickly think of a solution." Ji Hanshao smiled bitterly. Even if he was asked to think of a solution, he would not be able to think of one in such a short time. Tens of millions of years had passed in the Yunduan continent, and no one could guarantee that they could solve this problem. Who was he? He did not think that he was much stronger than those people who had appeared in history. But even so, "Don't worry, I'll think of a solution." Ji Hanshao nodded and walked over with the little girl. He cupped his hands solemnly at Yun Nuoxing. "Thank you for your help. But your erosion is quite serious. Why don't you let me— Oh, you're talking about this." Yun Nuoxing raised his head and touched the crystal on his right cheek. He blinked his eyes. At this moment, his right eye was dyed with a faint green color, as if there was a gust of wind in his eyeball. Fortunately, the excessive accumulation of origin energy did not cause any damage to his body. It only overflowed temporarily, so he did not go blind. "Aya, it's become strange. But there's no problem. It'll be fine after some time. You don't have to waste your time looking at me or thinking of treating me. It's useless." Ji Hanshao was slightly stunned. The little girl could not hold it in any longer and quickly came out. She blinked her green eyes and stared at Yun Nuoxing. "Are you really okay?" "It's not good for me to lie to you. This is an unforeseen event that happened to me." Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted the little girl's head. He raised his head and said to Ji Hanshao, "Although I've discussed this with the little girl before, I'm here to help you solve this hidden danger. Oh, actually, I have something else that I need your help with. After all, we're all alone and haven't thought of how to show our faces." Ji Hanshao nodded. "Young friend, please speak." Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself for a while and deliberated for a while. He wanted to say something tactfully, but he felt uncomfortable being too polite, so he directly said, "The ancient relics in the hands of the other forces, can you get them out? Or bring me over to collect them?" What about the other forces? He was mentally prepared to hear anything and thought that he would hear something shocking. However, when he really heard it, Ji Hanshao was still stunned. This was not shocking. It was something that would cause a great upheaval. He pinched his chin and lowered his head in thought. If this was difficult, it probably wasn't too difficult. The existence of ancient relics was indeed a hidden danger to everyone. Be it Ice Domain or the other superforces, They were very careful when dealing with these things. They were afraid that they would get angry and destroy their homes. If it weren't for some reason, they might really throw the ancient relics out. Now that there was someone who could help to get rid of them, logically speaking, they would definitely raise both hands in approval. However, there was a small reason that became a barrier. Originally, there was a reason why they were in charge of these ancient relics, such as inheritance, ancestral heirloom, mission, and so on. The ancient relics in the hands of the superforces were not considered to have been sealed in recent times. The oldest one could be traced back to 50 to 60 million years ago. Due to various reasons, they had been sealed until now. However, recently, the signs of the ancient relics, rioting, seemed to be more frequent. Even the ones that were sealed were a little restless. This was the case for the ice realm. It was hard to say if the other forces would be in a similar situation. As for the other reason, that was hard to say. Countless years ago, there were people who wanted the power of the ancient relics. Now, there were also people who had the same idea. Although it was a minority, there were definitely some. However, he could not be sure who had the same idea and who did not. Yun Nuashing and the rest were shocked when they heard this. It's true that the desire for power is an instinct, but this desire is pointing at the wrong place, isn't it? This stupid thing has already caused a disaster once. How dare they act so recklessly? Can't they weld more detonators and saw more light bulbs? Jihan Xiao shrugged helplessly. Although the disaster has passed, this matter isn't strictly prohibited. Furthermore, even if there's some kind of agreement, you can only stop them on the surface. Their hands and feet are on someone else's body, and the things are also in someone else's possession. How can we stop them from doing what they want? Taking risks out of desperation and constantly courting death is a good, traditional virtue. Everyone takes one step at a time like this, courting death. I admit that. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Looking at the entire void, the human race was the race that courted death the most. They ate bread and lava and used the void as their bed. These were not just words. They were real cases. Furthermore, the more they touched on things like taboo, do not come near, do not flip through, and other things, the more energetic they would be. Even he himself was always courting death. These were all traditional skills that had been passed down. So, Jihan Xiao shrugged helplessly. After all, the thing is sealed in someone else's place. We can't say anything about what they want to do. Anyway, the matter is right there. If they succeed in courting death, they'll seek their own destruction. If they don't succeed, they'll just have to work harder. How can the traditional art that has lasted for countless years in the long river of history be completely annihilated now? The people below are the same. Otherwise, they'll waste so many resources every year just to suppress a worthless lump of rock. Their hearts will cough. Yun Nuashing looked at him strangely. How many years have you been courting death? This, Jihan Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. The little girl tugged on Yun Nuashing's clothes and said, Father researched it for 1,000 years. Later on, he caused a small commotion. After that, he was forcefully stopped by Mother. Mother said so. Cough. Jihan Xiao coughed violently and turned his head away awkwardly. Yun Nuashing and the rest gave him a knowing look. So it was not that he did not seek his own death. It was just that, after causing a small commotion, he was forcefully cut off. When I looked at it just now, I did feel that the ancient relic's seal was very loose. The traces of time washing away are only a part of it. The bigger part. Yun Nuashing's eyes turned and looked at the embarrassed Jihan Xiao. She did not need to say the rest of her sentence. Luckily, you stopped first. Otherwise, I reckon that it would have broken the seal even earlier. By then, no one would come to save you. Look at our foam. He's always courting death and has never been surpassed. Hui shook his head and said in their souls. Yun Nuashing said, You're itching for a beating, aren't you? Why don't we go to the void and spar for a while? I'll go with you. I'm now supported by 2 great origins. This time I can definitely push you into the void and bombard you for an hour. No, I was wrong. Ji Han Xiao scratched his face, awkwardly. After a while, he recovered and thickened his skin as if nothing had happened. I know I'm on the right path. Since I didn't cause any big trouble, let's just pretend that nothing happened. As for the others, I'll try to communicate with them for you. It's probably impossible to contact all of them for you, but I should be able to help you solve a part of it. All right, that's all for now. As for the rest, Yun Nuoxing's eyes flickered. We'll see about the rest. Hearing that he did not seem to want to give up, Ji Han Xiao was also very curious. You're looking for ancient relics. I'm afraid it's not just. I'm just asking out of curiosity. If it's not convenient to say, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing and the other three pondered. After exchanging glances with each other for a while, Hui suddenly laughed. Of course, there's another purpose. It's just that it's not convenient to tell you now. You'll know in the future if there's a chance. All right, there's not much time left. We'll leave first. We'll come back to the ice region to take a look after a while. Hopefully, there'll be good news. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and casually opened a teleportation portal at the side. Just as he was about to walk in, a voice behind him made him stop. Big brother, wait. Yun Nuoxing turned around. Ji Xueyan was fumbling for something on her body. After a while, she took out a crystal-clear snowflake from nowhere. It seemed to be a crystal made of energy. Inside it, there was a slightly chaotic energy. While he was analyzing it, the little girl placed the snowflake in his crystallized palm. Then, she raised her head and bared her teeth at him. Oh, be careful. Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted Ji Xueyan's head. He stood up and exchanged glances with Ji Han Xiao. The latter nodded. The ice region is indebted to your sect. If there's anything, you can come and find us. As for that matter, there should be good news after the twilight season is over. You guys have to be patient and wait. Yun Nuoxing smiled. He turned around and waved his hand. Then he walked into the teleportation portal with Hui and the others and disappeared from the ice region. Watching Yun Nuoxing and the others disappear, the little girl lowered her head and mumbled, "Oh, I'm going to be bored again. I'll find a time to sneak out and play." Ji Han Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. This girl was always restless at home and always wanted to sneak out. He patted his younger daughter's head and said, "You gave him your heart blood." The little girl turned her head and mumbled something that could not be heard clearly. However, it seemed that he had given it to her. Ji Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. He carried her and walked towards the shrine. "Silly girl, this time, lie down obediently and rest for a while. Don't think about sneaking out before you recover." "Humph," Ji Xueyan pouted. However, she knew that she was being willful again. This time, she did not resist and nodded obediently. Chapter 1604. In a place very far away from the ice region, in the sky above a golden ocean covered in yellow soil, signs of space distortion appeared. A few figures slowly walked out of it, and the dazzling sunlight that suddenly entered their eyes made them squint with a cry of surprise. Looking far into the distance, one could vaguely see a faint green color on the ground. This yellow soil was not completely desolate. Occasionally, there would be some large, unknown birds flying across the sky, like wild geese flying across the sky, bringing with them a few sharp cries. But generally speaking, this was still a place where birds did not lay eggs. The scorching sun shone on this yellow soil, causing the ground to appear distorted like waves. It was clearly the season of dusk, but the sun was still working hard. Speaking of seasons, there were 3 seasons in a year in the Yunduan continent. The season of spring rain, the season of dusk, and the season of recovery. Each season had 3 months, and a month had a total of 65 days. The change of seasons seemed to be quite long. As for the season of dusk, based on Yun Nuoxing's understanding, it was about the same as the autumn and winter in the celestial realm. In most places, the sun was in a lazy state, lazily casting down some sunshine, and every day it was leisurely and quietly waiting to get off work. In the second month of the season of dusk, it was said that many places would fall into a state of extreme cold. At that time, endless ice and snow would cover most of the Yunduan continent, and it did not seem to be a situation where the seasons were delayed due to geographical differences. This was the same as the celestial realm, probably because they were both created by the god of origin. There was a huge difference between the 4 seasons on planets that were more normal in the eyes of most people. Based on the current situation, the cloud continent was the same as the divine realm. It was a huge flat continent that looked like a floating island. However, due to the problem of composition, things like the sun, moon, and stars did not actually exist. Instead, they were images that existed in response to a certain rule engraved in the concept layer of rules. The appearance of the real sky could be observed at night and day, but if one wanted to touch it in reality, it was impossible to do so. And since there were rules like the sun, moon, and stars in the concept layer of rules, it was not surprising that the people of this world knew about these things. What made Yun Nuo feel strange was that, since no one wanted to touch these things, it was probably the result of a certain rule taking effect. Well, he digressed. In short, it was the first month of the season of dusk, and it was just the middle of the month. The temperature should have dropped on a large scale, but for some reason, it was a little late this year. This was what the little girl told them. Where did we teleport to? We came out and saw this place where birds did not lay eggs, and his cheeks could not help but tremble. God knows. Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and said righteously, we just randomly found a coordinate and teleported. Currently, we don't know where we are. Teleporting is risky, so we need to be careful when driving. Everyone was speechless. This guy simply put the blame of being teleported to an unknown place on himself. And he even looked so righteous. Damn it, we already told you not to act cool when you go out. Can't you just find a place with beautiful scenery and teleport? Why did you have to open the teleportation gate so casually and turn around to leave? Damn it, you haven't even found your destination yet. Sensing the 5 resentment in his soul and the 1 resentment in the real world, Yun Nuoxing quickly coughed and looked around. Ahem, be a little more casual. Who knows, we might go to an unexpected place and encounter something unexpected. Ouch. Hui retracted his hand that smacked Yun Nuoxing's head and said in a bad mood, You just want to act cool, don't quibble. Let's go to the side for a walk. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and was about to find a place to fly forward. Suddenly, he froze and opened his right palm. There was a cold, crystal-like snowflake lying in his palm, which made him exclaim softly. This was given to him by Ji Xuan before he left, and he did not have time to see what it was. A souvenir that the little girl gave you before she left? Hui picked up the snowflake curiously and looked around. His eyes flashed as if he could see through the snowflake and see something. Strange. I have a strange feeling. This energy crystal should be a kind of creation of rules with an abnormally high level of rules. And this aura, this energy aura. Feng, take a look. Yun Nuoxing took the snowflake and put his hands on top and bottom of the snowflake. A pure white light emitted from his hands, and his eyes flashed with a complicated energy light. Hui and Jing Yuanji quietly waited for the analysis result. Just as they were about to take out a map to study where they were, he got the result faster than they expected. His face was full of shock. I can't analyze it. Huey's eyes also widened. If even Maple couldn't figure it out, then it might be because of its special characteristics. But the problem was that both of them couldn't see through this thing at this moment. Then the matter was a little serious. This thing probably came out of nowhere. Just by looking at it, there is some kind of rule, power, and order that is above us in it. Yun Nuoxing raised the sparkling snowflake and pointed it at the sun. Silver light surged in his eyes. But if you think about it this way, isn't it strange? The aura of this snowflake is the aura of that little girl. Yes, she made it herself, and even we can't analyze this thing. Huey's face trembled violently. That little girl can't be the origin heavenly God, right? The reincarnated origin heavenly God? But she hasn't awakened yet? You said that she hasn't awakened yet. If she hasn't awakened yet, how can she have that kind of rule power and order power? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. The soul carried everything. As long as one could withstand the scouring of reincarnation, everything retained by the soul would be awakened because of the countless reasons for the recovery of memories. He himself was a very good example. That is, memories stimulated the awakening of the soul, but in the process of the soul's reincarnation, the most serious scouring was the memory. Even if he used all kinds of methods, he dared not say that the memory retained in the soul at this time was absolutely 100% of everything that he had experienced. However, since he had used all kinds of methods to preserve those memories would not be completely destroyed. They would just be frozen more firmly, and it would be difficult to recall them. But to say that she hasn't awakened yet, that girl doesn't seem to have that level of aura of rules and power of order. Hui dug his ears and fell into deep thought. Do you have any guesses? Yun Nuashing nodded. The little girl has always been looking for the ancient relic, but as for the reason, she herself is unwilling to say. Her second uncle and her father also won't say. We can only guess that she might have encountered something related to the ancient relic, and then something. Anyway, that's what it means. You mean this kind of chaotic rule power and order power that overrides us comes from the ancient relic? Yun Nuashing sighed softly and confirmed. Then she frowned. Based on what we see now, the ancient relic that the little girl can come into contact with should be the origin relic in the ice field related to wind. But after I took over control of the origin relic, I didn't feel that she has much of a definite connection with it. I don't get it. We tugged at his hair. After pondering for a while, he yelled and quickly threw these brain-burning questions aside. Speaking of which, what does the origin relic you just received look like? Yun Nuashing glanced at him. The origin energy surged in her body. The 3 pairs of crystallized wings behind her flowed with the surging light of energy. The crystal on the right side of her face flashed as well. Hui felt goosebumps all over. You do look a little scary like this. I don't want to either. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. The origin energy was too huge, and her body could not hold so much. It would take a while for the mark of origin to take back the same kind of energy that had been separated from her for a long time. So she could only put them outside her body and condense them into energy crystals. By the way, those energy crystals could be detonated. Then there was another condition. At this moment, 1/3 of his body was covered in crystals. Why did he look like a suicide bomber who could hug the enemy at any time? Forget it. It was a little scary just thinking about it. The way the relic of origin appeared was the same. It seemed to dissipate in the body and the mark of origin. Now, to make it appear, it needed to gather energy and then squeeze it out of the body little by little into the palm of the hand. A green whirlwind blew and swept in all directions with rich energy. An ancient thing appeared in the palm of Yun Nuashing's hand. A bell, a copper tongue, and a small piece of talisman paper with complicated patterns hanging under the copper tongue. There was also a green tassel tied with a string on top of the bell. These 3 things were combined. Rao Sherhui could not help but shiver. Isn't this just a wind chime? Yun Nuashing's face also shivered. The previous one was a half-finished jade carving. Everyone was speechless. These origin relics looked too ordinary, so ordinary that it made one's hair stand on end. If it were not for the fact that they really had a huge amount of origin energy and origin laws, they would not look out of place in the commodity store. But since they had that kind of energy, no matter what they looked like, they could only keep them safe. I never thought of this. We could not help but smile bitterly. If these origin relics were some weapons engraved with energy patterns or anything else, he could accept it. But these, they looked like everyday things. Can't imagine. Yun Nuashing's memory flashed across her mind. That origin world, that continent of origin, if it was complete at the beginning, should have been relatively peaceful, very peaceful and serene. At that time, they did not even use any weapons or combat equipment. Or rather, because of this, these everyday things were more normal, although it was somewhat strange now. Perhaps the heavenly god of origin gave too many people the impression that he held the power that no one in the entire great Yuan realm could match, and that he was the kind of person who held the power of life and death in the great Yuan realm, including the only heavenly god of origin that he knew the most, the god of destruction. Perhaps the first impression in his mind was the image of him holding a weapon and guarding the great Yuan realm, because even he himself was a little puzzled when he saw the origin relics. Like Hui, he felt that it should not be like this, but it was the truth. He also thought of the appearance of the worlds that the heavenly god of origin and the others had existed in. Perhaps that was their original appearance, and it was just a coincidence that the void changed. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered for a while. She clenched her hand, and the wind chime in her palm returned to her body. She looked at her arm that was covered in purple crystals, and her gaze flowed through her body, following her arm to her shoulder. From there, green energy crystals began to appear, spreading to her entire back and right side of her face. Needless to say, she also felt that it looked quite scary. Lord Feng. Just as Yun Nuashing was a little concerned about her own appearance, Jing Yuanji suddenly called her name softly, causing her to turn her head. She just happened to see a pair of jade-like hands approaching her face. She subconsciously narrowed her eyes, and when she opened them again a moment later, she saw that she was putting something on his face, allowing the energy to leave her body. From a third person's perspective, she discovered that it was only half a mask, a winged mask flowing with the colors of the galaxy. After a few adjustments, it wrapped around the right side of his face, and the spike-like crystals were also hidden under the mask. It's done! Jing Yuanji took 2 steps back, looked at her masterpiece, and nodded in satisfaction. Hui suddenly sighed, patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder, and said with a distressed expression, "Feng, in a few days, I'm afraid you'll have to wear a cloak and a full mask when you go out. With the extent of the crystals covering you, you'll turn into a crystal in a minute. When that time comes, it won't feel strange to move you to the square and become a crystal statue." Yun Nuashing. Performing in my spare time? That's a good idea. Hui laughed. Min also walked forward and touched the crystallized wings on his back. They were actually 3 1-meter-long crystal spikes that pierced out from his shoulder blades, evenly pointing at 3 places, the top, middle, and bottom. Won't it be difficult to move if your body is half crystallized? It won't be affected at all. I won't feel like there's an extra layer on my body unless I touch it directly with my hands. Yun Nuashing shook his head. There wouldn't be a situation where his joints couldn't turn or his movements would be hindered. All right. Min nodded and handed the map in his hand to him. I took a look around while you guys were chatting. This should be the Buyun land. There's a feature in front that should be unique to the Buyun land. Min pointed into the distance. Yun Nuashing and the others looked up. On the yellow earth more than 10,000 miles away, there was a cluster of bloated volcanoes. The sky over there was covered in black smoke. The black smoke drifted out for thousands of miles, blocking the sun and the moon. Just the volcanoes alone seemed to take up a lot of space. It reminded him of Mount Fanyan in the realm of the gods. Then he looked down at the map. As expected, there was a cluster of volcanoes on the Buyun land. I didn't see it anywhere else. The Buyun land. On the map, the realm of winter was like a protruding letter that protruded from the border of the realm of the clouds. It happened to be at the bottom left of the realm of winter, and its territory was about 1/3 larger than the realm of winter, probably because the realm of winter was covered in snow all year round. Its area wasn't particularly large. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but want to say that it was too weak. Look at our North Ice Realm and South Ice Realm. That's the usable life area of half of the realm of the gods. That's what you call a place covered in snow all year round. guarding the north and south of the realm of the gods. Ahem, I digress. The large area of yellow earth they were in was close to the realm of winter on the Buyun land. The volcanoes were far away from the realm of winter, close to the north of the Buyun land. It was a very easy landmark to recognize. As for the nearby yellow earth, there seemed to be a city about 1,000,000 miles away from them. It just so happened that there was a symbol of an origin relic near the city, so they could go and take a look. Shazhou, the city I just mentioned, was located on a lot of green land, and the yellow earth could only be seen from afar. However, it was named like the city in the desert where Big Sister Bai lived. At this moment, in a mountain forest that wasn't too dense, Yun Nuashing and the others were descending from the sky. They could already feel the quiet aura when they first entered the mountain forest. Other than the desolation, there was also a bit of desolation. There were many life auras here, but most of them were lazy, probably due to the influence of the sun. If the map is not wrong, it should be around here. Yun Nuashing put down the map and looked around. The four of them spread out their god souls in tacit understanding, and then naturally, they did not sense anything. Even Yun Nuashing, who had more than 100 kinds of origin energy, could not sense the dormant origin relic, let alone Hui and the others. Of course, it was expected that they could not find it. They had no way to confirm if there was really an origin relic here. Let's walk around and take a look. If we're lucky, we might find it. I'll go over there. Hui waved his hand and squeaked, and then rushed to the side of the mountain forest. Then I'll go to the north. Min also left a sentence and disappeared into the void. When Jing Yuanji was about to look for it, Yun Nuashing grabbed her arm, sighed, and looked at her with tired eyes. I haven't finished talking. There's no need to go. It's just a dream to find the origin relic with luck. We don't even know what this origin relic looks like. How are we going to find it? If it's a tree or a branch, it's hidden in this mountain forest, and we won't be able to recognize it even if it's right in front of us. Jing Yuanji. That seems to be the case. Seeing that she understood immediately, Yun Nuashing nodded happily and pulled her to the side. Well then, let's go this way. Jing Yuanji was stunned. Lord Fengwu, we still have to find it. Don't talk, come with me. Yun Nuashing grinned and waved her hand vigorously. Seeing that Jing Yuanji kept looking at her with a strange gaze, she finally couldn't help but mutter. The main thing is that if we meet someone later, look at me. I'm afraid that I'll scare them away at first sight. How can we not keep a normal person by our side? Jing Yuanji heard her and smiled bitterly. That was the truth. But it was true. Moreover, Lord Feng's current state was actually quite unsettling to them. It would be good to stay by his side and look after him. The four of them went in 3 directions and quickly circled around the mountain forest that covered tens of billions of square meters. In this 30 to 40,000 miles long and wide mountain, part of the place was bare, as if left behind by some creatures. Closer to the south, it was bordered by a lush forest that looked much more comfortable. The two were separated by a river that was more than 10 meters wide. Even the feeling in the air would change after crossing the river. However, the lush forest on that side seemed to have deviated from their destination. Yun Nuashing and Jing Yuanji circled around there once or twice before returning to the more desolate side. We didn't find anything. Oh, you're talking nonsense. Yun Nuashing replied to Hui with an indifferent expression. Although we carefully used origin energy to explore, we didn't dare to use too much origin energy in the end. There were no results to speak of. We can't keep searching like this. Hui hung himself upside down on a branch and sighed. It would be good if we could at least know what the origin relic looks like. Min replied expressionlessly. It should be something that can appear in the mountain forest that looks man-made. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at her. Then she looked at the pile of garbage that was 2 to 3 meters high to her right. Her face was full of shock. Is this why you're picking up garbage in the mountain forest? Min's pretty face trembled violently. She nodded with a slightly twisted expression. God knows what she was doing this morning. Hui thought for a moment. He jumped down from the tree and rummaged through the garbage for a while. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He shouted at Yun Nuashing, "Feng, after the Void Demolition Office, the Void Cleaner, and the Void Movers, we might have to be forest rangers for a while." Yun Nuashing's breathing stagnated. Her heart skipped a beat. She stared at Hui with a twisted and ferocious face. Her voice sounded more or less like she was gnashing her teeth. "If I bury you here, will there be a guardian that's not so crazy next year?" Hui shrunk his neck. "Aya, I'm such a sunny and handsome person. If I'm gone, I won't be able to find another one. I'm wrong. Don't do it." Yun Nuashing stared at the guardian, whose brain was always floating in the void with a broken face. After a moment, she sighed helplessly. Speaking of which, it seemed that they would really have to hang in this mountain forest for a while. He lowered his head and looked at the map. His godly soul swayed in the sky and overlooked the geographical location of this place. The location was correct, but it was still a little difficult to find the origin relic buried here, or to find evidence that it wasn't here. "It seems that we really have to live here for a while." Yun Nuashing looked discouraged. She gently kicked the stone beside her with her right foot. The whole ground trembled, and a large number of birds were startled. Hui and the others laughed dryly. He even omitted a part of the sentence. If they lived here, they would have to search this mountain forest inch by inch. They might even have to. Well, just like what Min did. Void Forest Ranger. Siyu suddenly shouted in the spiritual world. Yun Nuashing was so angry that her head tilted and she almost fell to the ground. Even if you want to experience the various forms of life, you shouldn't do it like this, right? Where did all the pretentiousness go? Chapter 1605. There was no sign of human habitation, and an extremely hot air rose from the yellow earth. The sun seemed to be working too hard recently, and even the clouds would secretly slack off and not do anything. When it was time to rest, it still worked so hard to shine on the earth. Perhaps it was because the weather was too hot, but the barren forest looked even more desolate. It was not a dense forest to begin with, but it was a little bleak, and there were not many powerful beasts. Under the hot sun, the leaves on the trees withered, and it seemed that the vitality was draining faster. The other forest across the river was very dense. The towering ancient trees were hundreds to thousands of feet tall, and together they held up the greenery and blocked the scorching air pressing down from the sky. But even so, the ridiculously high temperature still reduced the vitality of the forest a little. Jing Yuanji circled around the dense forest for a while before she rose into the air. She circled around the forest for a few minutes under the scorching sun. Then she found a huge tree that was tens of thousands of feet tall and landed under the tree. There was an open space nearby that had been cleared out recently. Traces of people dividing the area could still be seen. Within a radius of more than 100 meters around the big tree, there were only a dozen or so trees that were a few meters tall standing in the open space. There were 4 simple single-story buildings in the open space near the big tree. With the size and area, it was estimated that there was no room for anything else except for a bed. This open space was only about 100 meters away from the river that separated the 2 forests. It was quite close. They could see the situation on the other side of the river if they raised their heads. There was a circle of trenches dug around the camp. If they filled it with water, it would become a moat, although it would be useless. Anyway, this thing was just for show, to show that they were temporarily staying here. As for how long they would stay, Jing Yuanji sighed. That would depend on when they found the origin relic in this forest. They had been here for 5 days and turned the forest upside down, but they did not find anything. They could only search the dense forest next to them, but they also did not find much. However, they alarmed some of the beasts living in the forest. Lord Feng and Lord Huey's special talents seemed to be defeated by the origin relic. So far, there was still nothing noteworthy. In front of the 4 houses, Hui Jing put his hands on his hips and looked at the 3-meter-high pile of garbage in front of him with a troubled expression. He was sweating and depressed. When he heard someone land, he did not turn around and directly greeted, "Oh, you're back. Did you find anything today?" "Nothing." Jing Yuanji sighed softly. Mei Mao glanced around. "Where's Lord Feng?" "On the other side." Hui threw away the garbage in his hand and pointed at the desolate forest on the other side. Probably he didn't give up and stubbornly thought that it must be there. Now he's still looking for it. Hui paused and looked up. "But he should be back in a while. It's better that you're back. Min messed around with this pile of garbage. Come and help us sort it out." Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly and went forward to deal with the pile of garbage collected in the forest. There was really everything in it: abandoned weapons, used talismans, broken ropes, linen, rags, torn clothes, torn bags, buckets, iron armor with a dent, exhausted energy crystals, a wooden stick with unknown origin that seemed to have traces of being forged but was now just a wooden stick. There were also more things that had been hardened and weathered. If one were to say that this tragic scene was like a war, the scale did not seem to be to this extent. It was probably just that many people had come to these two forests, stayed here for a while, left a big pile of garbage, and left. "I don't think the thing we're looking for is in these things." Jing Yuanji grabbed a piece of rags and could not help but say with a strange expression on her face, "Oh, that's nonsense. But if we don't look for it, we won't know if it's inside, right?" Hui let out a long sigh of relief. They had no choice but to work here. The relic of origin, based on the two things they saw now, seemed to be things that were used in daily life, whether practical or decorative, before they were alerted. Unless they were placed right in front of their eyes, they wouldn't be able to tell whether they were relic of origin or not. This was why they could only dump garbage here. If they didn't place it right in front of their eyes, they wouldn't be able to recognize it. After spending an hour searching through this mountain of rubbish and confirming that it was safe, we burned them all with fire and threw them all into the void to melt. Just as he was done with this step, a black fog suddenly appeared in the space beside him. Yun Nuoxing's figure slowly walked out of the black fog with a stubborn, paranoid, and unwilling look on her face. "What's wrong? Of course, you didn't gain anything?" Seeing his unhappy face, we suddenly understood everything. Yun Nuoxing nodded dejectedly. "I didn't find anything, but I saw a strange thing." "What strange thing?" Hui responded curiously. He was slightly energized. "Is it a special product of this world?" "I guess so. I haven't seen this kind of thing in other worlds." Yun Nuoxing nodded. She turned around and waved at the two of them. "Come and take a look?" Hui patted his spotless robe, flung his cloak, and revealed a bright smile. "Let's go. It's boring to play with rubbish here." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. They left right away. Dark, red energy surged out of Yun Nuoxing's body and enveloped the three of them, disappearing in front of the small house and appearing in the desolate mountain forest. Although it was said to be desolate, it was actually relatively bleak overall. There were a few good places in this mountain forest. After all, it covered a large area, so there must be some good places. At this moment, the place that Yun Nuoxing brought them to was one of them. Clear water, blue sky, smoke rising from all directions, tranquil and distant, there were none of them. The forest in front of them was slightly better. In this desolate area, there was a continuous stretch of green. The thick branches broke through the soil and formed barriers on the ground. At this moment, the shorter trees around them were all broken by some kind of violent force. They were split into 4, 5, 6, or 7 pieces and scattered on the ground. Some of the broken would have been crushed and scattered all over the ground. There were traces of blood on the tree roots, branches, and trunks. The leaves in the forest that were swept away by the violent force revealed an open space. At this moment, there were more than 10 huge beasts lying on the open space and the surrounding ground. Blood slowly flowed out from their wounds. It seemed that they had just died not long ago. Their corpses were still warm. Under the cover of the green, the scene was more or less wild. Here, the energy of these magical beasts seems to be floating out. Do you see it? Hui pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and pointed to the front. Pure energy, remnant life force, and scattered rule power all seem to be floating towards the front. Is there something there? That's what I want to show you. When I first discovered it, even I was a little stunned. Yun Nuashing jumped forward for a distance and led Hui and Jing Yuanji across the open space in the forest. After walking for a distance in the forest, they finally came in front of a cave. We're here. Hui looked at the cave for a while and suddenly said, Oh! Although it was a specialty of another world, it was not particularly difficult to analyze these things. It was nothing more than the product of energy, the product of rules, the product of order, the product of the mixture of energy and rules, the product of the mixture of energy and order, and so on. After calculating these categories and counting all kinds of strange energy, strange rules, and even strange orders, it would be divided into many different situations. No matter how they were divided, the cave in front of them was just a branch. The cave that suddenly appeared in the forest appeared at the foot of a straight mountain. The cave was more than 4 meters high and 3 meters wide. There were a lot of gravel and tall trees around it. The concealment was good. Basically, no one would notice this place when they came, unless they were deliberately looking for a path. The mountain, forest, and gravel were not a problem. The problem was the cave. That thing was not a big hole in the mountain. It was an illusory composed of energy. If they were not mistaken, it should be a dimensional hole. Just now, many magical beasts had died in the open space in the forest. The energy of their corpses seemed to be constantly being absorbed by this illusory hole. It should require a considerable amount of energy to maintain its existence. If you look carefully, you can see that there are signs of space and time distortion at the position of the hole. The time distortion should be just an illusion. The real distortion should be the space, but this space, excluding transmission and shuttling, this scale of space structure should lead to a temporary space in the original place. Hui said clearly and logically. Yun Nuashing stared at him with a surprised look. After a long time, she could not help but look at Jing Yuanji. Did this guy eat something wrong? Did he pick up something and eat it when you were rummaging through the garbage? Jing Yuanji was stunned when she heard that. Hui stared at Yun Nuashing angrily. Hey, you're not being kind. I just used my brain occasionally. How can it be that I ate something wrong? Yun Nuashing's expression was strange. You can use your brain? That's really a fantasy. You're not willing to use your brain even when the sky is falling down. You're obviously a primeval god, but you want me, the heavenly god of origin, to help you solve this mess. You're telling me that you suddenly had an epiphany and had an epiphany at the entrance of the hole. Do you think I'll believe it? He scratched his head awkwardly. It seemed that he had accumulated too much pressure by throwing all the thinking tasks to Maple. Now he found an opportunity to spit on Maple's face. Ahem, let's not talk about this. So this hole, what is it for? Yun Nuashing glanced at him and casually changed the topic. She replied, I went in to take a look and came out. As you said, it's a temporary space. Its stability and durability are not bad. It can last for quite some time. As for the energy that maintains its existence, Yun Nuashing pointed at the pile of corpses behind her and continued. Not only that, the energy between heaven and earth is also naturally converging here. It seems to be jointly maintaining the existence of this whole. But the way this whole unfolds is still a bit interesting. It's a bit like the situation of an energy nova. All the energy converged at one point, continued to accumulate, continued to compress and hold it in. When it could no longer hold it in, all the energy burst out at once. Although it's just a temporary space and it's not that spectacular, the structure itself seems to be like this. The moment the temporary space was formed, the power of the dimension suddenly burst out and covered a huge area. Then it left the original space and seemed to have swallowed a considerable part of the space in the present world into the whole. But then again, at this level, it shouldn't have swallowed much of the things in the present world. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and pointed around. There are no very clear signs of swallowing and destruction, so it should have only swallowed part of the things. The excess energy may be accumulated inside and do something. Just this level alone should be a specialty of this world. Anyway, I haven't seen this kind of thing in other worlds. Hui couldn't help muttering to himself when he heard that. He frowned unconsciously. The way this space unfolds, why does it sound like a subproduct of the space domain formed by the divine realm? Could it be that the space will break away from its temporary state and become a fixed space after gathering enough energy, and then smash into this position to replace the original space? Who knows? Yun Nuashing shrugged. It was really hard to say. It would not be strange if anything happened. He also could not explain the situation clearly. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. I just took a glance and didn't have time to take a closer look. I've already told Min to look after the house for a while. She'll be back in a while. Okay. Hui and Jing Yuanji looked at each other and nodded. Yun Nuashing had already walked forward and plunged into the dark shadows of the cave. The two of them hurriedly followed. Hui slowly glanced around. Feng and Jing Yuanji stood together and looked at this space. It seemed that they did not experience any random transmission and were not forcibly separated. The space in front of them made him feel a little surprise. They plunged into the cave, but they did not really walk into the cave. The place behind them was still the dark cave. In this situation, it seemed that they had just walked out of the cave and were now standing at the entrance of the cave to breathe. However, this sky was not the sky they knew. At this moment, the sky was gloomy and dark purple. Dark clouds gathered and energy surged. It looked like something bad was going to happen. In front of them was still a forest, and its appearance was different from before. The forest at the foot of the mountain was very dense. It was originally lush green, which was a very precious green for this desolate mountain forest. But now those green leaves were all gone and turned into very wide gray leaves. One leaf was 3 to 4 meters long and 2 palms wide. Obviously, although it seemed that they had walked out of the cave, they definitely did not come to the same sky. They definitely walked into another space. The energy flowing in the space is disorderly and a little chaotic. Judging from the situation of the space force gathering and weaving, it is indeed a temporary space. There are no fixed space rules in it, so it is quite fragile. But if there is not too much movement and there is not too much energy to affect this temporary space, it should be able to last for 1, 5, or 6 years. If the energy replenishment can keep up with its own consumption, it should be able to continue existing until it is destroyed. Jing Yuanji tilted her head and whispered to Yun Nuashing. A temporary space, but this color, this dark appearance, this energy. Why do I feel a little disgusted? Yun Nuashing could not help but grin. This space was too strange. This temporary space had a boundary, and the spreading divine soul could easily reach the boundary, a huge spherical energy barrier, covering an area of about 1,000 miles with the whole as the center. This layer of space barrier was not particularly strong, and he could easily break it, but they were still in this temporary space at the moment. If they broke through the other space barrier, they would fall into the void and take a bath. That's right. Outside this temporary space was the void. This temporary space had no attachments, and outside this temporary space was the void. Whether they came in from the real world or from other places, as long as they did not leave through the door, they would only go into the void. Roar! The huge roar of the beast caused Yun Nuashing and the others to switch from exploration mode to alert and combat mode. They turned their eyes in unison. There was a sudden commotion in the woods on their right. There was a burst of smoke and dust. A huge creature was rampaging in the woods. knocking down all the 100-meter-tall trees to the ground. It rushed toward them with earth-shaking steps and soon appeared in their sight. The huge shadow cast by the creature covered the dark purple sky. Yun Nuashing and the others were indifferent. The creature that rushed out of the woods with an earth-shattering momentum was a tiger with huge wings, a wolf tiger-like creature. In short, it was a life form that had never been seen in other people's world. It was normal that they could not recognize it. It looked like a wolf's head, but it had the body of a tiger, and it even had a pair of wings. This was simply, speaking of which, the wings were a mix of wings and membranous wings. It was really strange to form such a thing, roar, the thing that looked like a wolf or a tiger or a chicken or a dragon pounced out of the forest. Its eyes that were flashing with scarlet light saw Yun Nuo and immediately pounced on them. At this moment, the latter was still looking at this strange creature with interest. There were many wounds on its huge body that was more than 100 meters long. There were 4 or 5 wounds that were connected together, as if they were left behind by claws. The few fatal wounds looked a little orderly, a little like the wounds caused by a set of skills, slashed by a sword or a knife. Go away. Yun Nuashing waved her hand casually, and a vast amount of origin energy flashed on her right hand. The sudden flash of light made Jing Yuanji and Hui widen their eyes and quickly retreat. Yun Nuashing was also stunned, but when she reacted, the majestic origin energy had already erupted. A burst of green and purple energy burst out. Boom! The aurora-like energy suddenly flashed, and the space in front of them suddenly exploded. Billowing smoke and dust rolled up into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The whole mountain forest shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The spherical, temporary space trembled violently. An energy barrier flickered a few times as if it was running out of energy. Seeing this, Jing Yuanji quickly helped to stabilize the space, lest they all fall into the void and take a bath together. Yun Nuashing looked at her arm in a daze. Hui also walked forward in a daze. Feng, if you're stressed, tell me. Don't vent your anger on those poor little guys. Look at you, this. He pointed at the scene in front of them and lamented. The forest in front of them had a crack more than 100 meters wide. The crack went straight to the end of the line of sight. It probably directly cut through the ground of this space and affected the energy barrier. They were only a hair's breadth away from falling into the void. Yun Nuashing. No, actually I'm not that stressed. He turned his right hand, pondered for a moment, and said, It's just that this part of the origin energy seems to be out of control. I can't do anything about it. Well, let's not talk about this first. Hui smiled bitterly and looked ahead. There are traces of life inside. Let's go and have a look first. He pulled Yun Nuashing and flew forward. Jing Yuanji followed closely behind and followed the big crack to the open space in the forest. It was the open space in the forest that was full of magical beasts' corpses just now. There was also a space that was replicated temporarily. Similarly, there was a large pile of corpses in this space. It was just that the magical beasts that died here were all in strange shapes. They looked like tigers, but not tigers, snakes, but also earthworms, horses, but not horses. They all looked like magical beasts that were pieced together and put together from all over the place. Look at the ground. Yun Nuashing pointed to the ground. The dark ground where the huge demons' corpses were in contact with the ground was surging with energy. It was wrapping around the corpses that were full of energy, little by little, as if it was decomposing them. This space is devouring the energy of those demons. Jing Yuanji immediately understood, but there seemed to be a little breath of life among the dead things. This made her subconsciously step forward and wave her hand to push the piled-up corpses to the side. In the middle of the pile of corpses, there was a living person, but it was covered in blood, and its robe and flesh were twisted together. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a human. Yun Nuashing glanced at it and said to Jing Yuanji, You take it out first. Hui and I will stay here to observe. Jing Yuanji nodded, and her lily-white hand grabbed the inhuman object and flew toward the cave from which they came.